All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back on Straight Talk, and I have one for the book tonight. And the reason why I'm doing this on Tuesday is because I just don't have a lot of time on Saturday to really cover what is being exploded in the media today or through the week, right? So I really have to try to find a way that's more conducive for everybody and more conducive for me because I be trying to stay woke, man. it's it's just not gonna happen. So every Tuesday at 8 and every Saturday at 8, I will be doing this in order to get caught up on what is going on in the world of ours because it's been one. And I just want to make sure that I'm staying dedicated to the truth and to facts. I don't give a fuck about my feelings or emotions, nor yours. But I'm dedicated to being black. First, second, third, up to and through infinity and beyond. Because right now we are truly in a whole different ballpark. Fuck white folk, get your mind off of them, focus in on what you want to do as a person, as a man, as a woman, as a family, as a community, as a state, as a nation, as the world, because you know the world is fading to black, man. There's no other there's no other choice in the matter. And tonight you're going to have proof of that. Africa, Mama Africa is rising, God. And it is just spectacular as to the possibilities that are ahead for her and for her children in the name of our ancestors that are blessing us through our mama continent, Africa, and are blessing us with more and more and more wealth. This cannot be denied. As a matter of fact, $32 trillion of manganese is a mineral that was discovered, I think. Well, we're going to cover that. You're going to see it. I think it's in Ghana. Plus oil that's being discovered. There's so much that is not being discussed that it's just mind blowing. It's blowing my mind. And going to be talking about all of that. And as you can see, I don't have a lot like I would normally do. Wow, I took myself off. Okay, so I really wanted to try to get into the video, so I apologize for that for 1 minute. But like I was saying, this world is changing, and the new world order is nothing short of um, black. There's no doubt about it. There's no ifs about it. There's no ands about it. And I can tell you right now that it's going to be one. Africa and its diasporic children are coming together, are waking up, are doing what needs to be done in order to make it work. So yeah, it didn't end. So that was my fault for everybody that was listening before. I accidentally took myself off of here. So hold on, yeah. So Normally I would have like 1,001 of these, right? The video, but I'm gonna keep it under 3 hours at best, maybe 3.5. So just bear with me, and we'll get right into it. I don't know if my boy Elias will come on and be a part of this. Hopefully so. But let me do this right quick. Go into the share screen, and we'll get right at it. Okay, so we are here on the share screen, and I'm gonna go to the one by one by one. So, like I was saying, no idea when the time is right can be stopped. No revolution can be killed. It must manifest itself, period, and always. So, with that being said, let's get right into the first video, and this one is called Afro Gold, unifying Africa through a gold-backed digital currency. Now, keep in mind, we have XRP, we have Bitcoin, we have the dollar, and from what I'm understanding, the dollarization of America is going down the drain. Hold on. A little bit every now and then, I'm going to have a little bit of problem with the noise in the street. So, but like I was saying, we're getting into a whole nother system of finance, better known as the QFS, which is digital currency, better known as XRP, that can do and transfer all aspects of wealth and assets within less than 2 seconds. With the SWIFT, it took like forever, maybe a day or a week, in order to transfer that money. So we're looking at a very large difference in what it can happen. And let's get right into it. Afro Gold, unifying Africa through a gold-backed digital currency.
By Taka Namabika. Supreme Africa breaking news. Tisu Banhu Bacha. The architects of Africa's economic rebirth are watching. Part 1. Afro Gold. The future of African sovereignty begins. The African Union is no longer just talking, it's building. And nothing represents the One Africa government's rise more clearly than the quiet but powerful emergence of Afro Gold.
Imagine a country once basically synonymous with financial meltdown, now potentially leading an entire continent's economic revolution.
It's quite the turnaround story.
It really is. And that's the story we're diving into today, one that genuinely flips conventional economic wisdom, right on its head. This deep dive is all about AfroGold. That's this proposed digital gold-backed currency aiming to, utterly transform Africa's financial landscape. Our mission, we're going to unpack why, in a truly unexpected move, the African Union has reportedly chosen Zimbabwe, a nation with, let's face it, a turbulent past of currency collapses and hyperinflation, to lead the initial phase of AfroGold's implementation.
Right, the very place people might least expect.
Exactly. We'll explore the surprising revelations from a recent AU financial summit, analyze the unexpected success of Zimbabwe's own ZiG currency, and examine the profound implications this could have for Africa's economic sovereignty and, frankly, global finance. So let's start with AfroGold itself. It's envisioned as a digital gold-backed currency, set to unite Africa's financial systems under one secure framework.
A huge undertaking.
Huge. Its core goals are incredibly ambitious. Protect Africa from global inflation shocks, drastically reduce dependence on currencies like the dollar and euro, facilitate truly free intra-African trade.
Which is key for the AFCFTA, the free trade area.
Absolutely. And perhaps most importantly, anchor the African economy firmly in its own natural resources, especially gold. But here's the real head scratcher. The African Union has reportedly tasked Zimbabwe with leading its initial implementation.
Yeah.
What was the actual turning point in that AU discussion? What convinced them that Zimbabwe's recent experience was the right model to learn from?
Well, that's where the story really unfolds. Earlier this week, there was this high-level, closed-door economic summit in Lusaka, Zambia.
Right.
It gathered over 42 African financial experts. You had central bank deputies, fintech CEOs, economists, digital currency professors, a real mix.
Serious players.
Definitely. Their express goal was to draft the technical roadmap for AfroGold. And it was in this very forum that Zimbabwe, well, against all historical expectations, emerged as a surprising frontrunner for the pilot phase.
So what happened? Did someone just bring up Zimbabwe, or?
The discussion genuinely shifted when delegates began to scrutinize Zimbabwe's own recently introduced currency, the ZiG.
And that's what's truly fascinating. Zimbabwe, a land that for so long has been a byword for currency failures, suddenly holding the blueprint for a continental currency. Tell us more about the ZiG. What made it different from, all the previous steps?
Okay, so the ZiG currency was introduced by the Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe, the RBZ, earlier in 2024. This came after decades of economic trauma, failed monetary experiments, you name it.
We remember the headlines.
Right. But crucially, unlike its infamous predecessors, the Zim dollar, the unstable bond notes, the ZiG was backed by actual physical gold reserves held by the RBZ.
Actual gold.
Actual gold, and even other strategic assets like lithium and diamonds. This fundamental difference meant it wasn't just paper, it had tangible value backing it.
Okay, so that's the core difference.
Yeah.
And it was those specific features of the ZiG that really drew praise from the AU delegates then. What were the standout elements they highlighted?
They observed a strict monetary discipline. Now that's a big change for Zimbabwe. They noted the government's commitment to not printing ZiG recklessly.
Which they demonstrably hadn't done, at least initially.
Exactly. Each unit issued truly had physical gold backing, verifiable backing. That was a huge shift. And perhaps most surprisingly, after its launch, it remained relatively stable for months.
Stable in Zimbabwe, that's news in itself.
It is, even as other local currencies in the region face volatility. Now, it certainly wasn't presented as a perfect solution, but inflation under the ZiG showed, let's say, historical improvement compared to Zimbabwe's hyperinflationary past.
Right, so the delegates saw it as a less than packed model, like the phrase used, rather than a perfect one. What specific insights did they pull from ZiG's journey?
Precisely. One Kenyan central bank official was reportedly quoted saying something like, "We mocked ZiG before understanding it, but if you study how the RBZ has managed its supply versus reserves and compare that with AfroGold's core goals, the alignment is surprising."
Wow.
They recognized that ZiG's successes, limited as they might be, stemmed from a few critical actions. A major public confidence campaign run by the Ministry of Finance.
Okay, getting public buy-in.
Crucial.
Yeah.
A ban on foreign pricing in certain sectors to try and stabilize local demand, make people use the ZiG. And a transparent weekly reserve reporting system.
Transparency, that's key too.
Absolutely. These all helped build crucial, albeit fragile, trust locally.
But no journey is without its bumps, right? What didn't work for ZiG? And what were the crucial lessons AfroGold aims to learn from those mistakes?
Yeah, that's where the take the good, leave the bad mantra apparently came in during the discussions.
Makes sense.
What didn't work so well, limited digital accessibility was a big one. An over-reliance on local trust versus the need for broader regional integration. It didn't easily connect beyond borders.
Right.
Delayed public education on its mechanisms, which caused confusion, and consistently low trust from diaspora markets.
Right.
People sending money home were wary.
So big hurdles. And these are critical areas AfroGold must directly address and, rectify to achieve continent-wide success.
Exactly. They know they can't repeat those specific failures on a continental scale.
So how will Zimbabwe practically contribute to the AfroGold pilot framework, given these lessons? They're not just offering advice, are they? It's more hands-on.
Oh, not at all. It's very hands-on. Zimbabwe is going to host the first AfroGold test platform. They'll be utilizing their existing central banking infrastructure and, importantly, their gold auditing systems as a kind of foundational skeleton.
Okay, leveraging what they've already built and learned.
Precisely. It leverages their newfound expertise and the existing physical setup they had to put in place for ZiG.
That makes sense. So what specific pilot activities will Zimbabwe facilitate? What does hosting the test platform actually mean in practice?
Okay, so they'll be doing several things. Simulating real-time gold reserve matching algorithms, basically stress testing how the currency supply algorithmically corresponds to the verified gold backing moment by moment.
Right, keeping that link tight.
Very tight. They'll conduct cross-border transaction testing with key neighbors like Zambia, Mozambique, and South Africa to ensure seamless flow. That's vital.
Testing the plumbing.
So exactly. There will also be merchant testing for Pan-African pricing using something called AfroGold pegging tools.
Pegging tools, how do those work?
They're basically mechanisms designed to link the value of local goods and services directly to AfroGold. The idea is to stabilize cross-border transactions and reduce currency risk for businesses trading between countries.
Interesting. What else?
Beyond that, they're developing digital wallets and mobile integration platforms specifically designed for rural African usage, thinking about accessibility from the start.
So financial inclusion is baked in.
That's the aim. And deploying AI monitoring tools to detect currency abuse and potential panic trends early on, learning from past volatility.
Right. It's important to clarify, though, Zimbabwe won't control AfroGold, will they? They're just helping test its economic engine.
That's the crucial distinction. They are the test bed, not the driver. As one AU fintech strategist apparently put it, quite pointedly, they've already learned what not to do. Now they're finally doing something right.
Huh. Quite a statement. It seems like Zig and AfroGold share more than just gold backing then. There's this deeper philosophical connection, isn't there? Can you elaborate on that shared mission?
Absolutely. There's a profound philosophical DNA here. Both, in their own way, seem to share this mission to sort of end currency colonization.
Strong words.
They are. But if you compare their features, Zig's backing includes physical gold, yes, but also lithium, diamonds, a basket of Zimbabwean resources. AfroGold will primarily be backed by gold, but crucially, gold pooled from all participating member states, leveraging Africa's collective mineral wealth.
So broader backing.
Much broader. Then format. Zig is physical and semi-digital. AfroGold aims to be fully digital and mobile accessible from day one for truly modern financial inclusion.
Scope is obvious, national versus continental.
Right, and oversight. Zig is the Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe. AfroGold envisions a proposed AU Central Monetary Council emphasizing Pan-African governance, not single-nation control.
And inflation strategy.
Similar principles, different tech maybe. Zig used print limits enforced via those physical gold audits. AfroGold plans to use algorithmic issuance caps, meaning new currency units are automatically limited by pre-programmed rules tied directly to the verified audited gold reserves. It aims for a rigid, transparent, and automated supply control mechanism, plus regular independent reserve audits.
So building trust through technology and transparency.
That seems to be the core idea. And AU leaders apparently believe that if Zig can show even signs of success in a historically volatile place like Zimbabwe, then AfroGold, with stronger backing and tech, could genuinely thrive across the continent.
It's a fascinating logic.
And what's more, Zimbabwe's small-scale rural testing of actual gold coin retail trading was apparently referenced in Lusaka. It sparked ideas that maybe one day AfroGold could allow for micro-gold token purchases, directly linking everyday citizens, even in remote areas, to the currency's underlying asset in a tangible way.
Wow, connecting Main Street to the gold vaults, almost literally.
Something like that. It's a powerful vision.
Okay, so beyond just a medium of exchange, the vision for AfroGold seems to stretch much, much further. It's not just about money, is it? What's the broader, more ambitious goal here?
Well, this is where it gets really interesting. What's truly fascinating is the sheer ambition. AfroGold is being framed by some proponents as, and this is a quote often quoted, the economic bloodline of the One Africa government.
It's a profound statement.
It is. This currency represents, for them, freedom from IMF loan traps.
How so?
By providing a stable, internally backed store of value and medium of exchange, the idea is that African nations could significantly reduce their reliance on external, often condition-laden borrowings.
Okay.
It's also about breaking free from foreign reserve dependency, needing huge stockpiles of dollars or euros, and escaping the historical currency manipulation or perceived manipulation by former colonial powers.
Right. Anchoring economic power internally.
Exactly. Anchoring Africa's economic power in its own abundant resources, specifically gold.
So this means AfroGold will be backed by Africa's own wealth, not foreign debt. It will empower borderless African trade, provide a shared economic identity, maybe foster a sense of unity, and link AU nations through one secure transaction chain. It sounds like a declaration of economic independence.
It really does. And if we connect this to the bigger picture, the vision extends even further. Some discussions suggest AfriGold might eventually integrate things like carbon credits, green energy tokens from African projects, perhaps even regional market scores.
Multi-layered.
Positioning it as a multi-layered tool of African economic power. It's a holistic approach to wealth, potentially going beyond just minerals, integrating sustainability and collaborative economic growth metrics.
So potentially a civilization-defining instrument, as some have put it. That's quite the claim.
It is. Much like perhaps Bretton Woods or the rise of digital currencies reshaped global finance, it's not just about transactions, it's about defining a new economic future for the continent on its own terms.
This sounds incredibly ambitious and, frankly, quite positive in its aims. But surely there have got to be significant hurdles. What are the biggest political or economic challenges AfriGold will face in gaining full adoption across such a diverse continent, even with AU backing?
Oh, absolutely. You're right to point that out. The challenges are immense. Trust is probably number one. Building trust not just between governments, but among citizens and businesses across 50 plus nations.
After decades of various currency issues in different places.
Exactly. Then there's the integration challenge. You have diverse financial regulations, different levels of technological readiness, existing currency arrangements. Harmonizing all that is a massive political and technical task.
And the scale itself.
The sheer scale of the rollout. Plus, remember the ZIG's weakness with diaspora markets? That low trust.
Right, remittances are huge for many African economies.
Absolutely vital. AfriGold has to win the trust of Africans living abroad. That means robust, transparent digital platforms, clear education, baby guarantees. The AU is aware this isn't a simple flip of the switch. It requires sustained political will, buy-in from every member state, navigating regulatory differences, and maybe even overcoming some nationalistic resistance to a single continental currency.
That's a long road ahead then.
Yes.
So with such an ambitious plan and these inherent challenges, how are people reacting on the ground in Zimbabwe, regionally, and globally?
Well, in Zimbabwe itself, public opinion is certainly mixed, but leaning hopeful, perhaps surprisingly so. Some citizens feel a strong sense of pride. You hear things like, we've been mocked for years, now they want to learn from us.
A sense of vindication, maybe?
Perhaps. Others, though, still reeling from past currency failures, remain a bit skeptical. They point out, ZIG is not perfect, prices still rise, so caution is definitely there. But entrepreneurs and professors, especially those involved in the early ZIG frameworks, they feel genuinely excited and validated by this AU recognition.
Okay, a mix. And reactions from other African states. You mentioned constructive.
Incredibly constructive, actually, which really speaks to the potential unity of purpose here. Kenya, for instance, immediately offered practical help.
Mm-hmm.
Digital wallet infrastructure support, cybersecurity training.
Real contributions.
Yes. Ghana volunteered one of its established fintech labs to specifically test AfriGold's fiat currency exchange mechanisms, how it connects to existing money.
Special stuff.
South Africa, being a regional economic powerhouse, took a pragmatic stance, insisting AfriGold must work with, not against, existing financial regulations, finding harmony. Nigeria, often cautious, sent observers and is reportedly considering adoption trials, perhaps starting in Lagos. And even smaller nations like Eswatini and Lesotho offered to trial AfriGold in their informal markets, showing interest right down to the grassroots level.
That's significant buy-in across the board.
It seems so. The AU chairperson, John Lorenzo, was quoted saying, "This is the beginning of financial unity, not just as policy, but as practice." It feels like a genuine narrative shift is underway.
And the global view. How are international institutions and other major world powers viewing this potentially disruptive African initiative?
The global view is equally intriguing, maybe a mix of fascination and apprehension. Institutions like the World Bank, the IMF, even Bloomberg analysts, they're now reviewing the ZIG model with a fresh, perhaps more serious perspective.
Taking it seriously now.
It appears so. There was reportedly a leaked memo from a U.S. financial research group. Can't verify it fully, but the report said it stated, and I'm quoting loosely here, if AfriGold succeeds, it could challenge dollar dominance in African trade by 2030 and 2035.
Wow. That's a significant projection of truth.
It is. China has expressed keen interest in supporting AfriGold's tech infrastructure. Well, clearly keeping a close eye on Zimbabwe's lithium reserves and other resources involved. Germany reportedly offered the AU technical support for fiscal AI governance, focusing on stability, transparency tools. And France even requested an observer role in the process.
So everyone wants a seat at the table, or at least eyes on it.
Pretty much. Zimbabwe, once an economic pariah, ignored on the global stage, is now genuinely a chess piece in a new global financial order, as one analyst put it.
That's a powerful transformation. Thinking ahead then, painting a picture.
Yeah.
What could AfroGold realistically look like in practice, say by the year 2030? What kind of tangible impact could you and I, or someone living or trading Africa, actually see?
Okay, by 2030, if the roadmap holds, you could see AfroGold being as ubiquitous, perhaps, as local currency in many places, accepted across AU shops, hotels, airports, border posts.
Seamlessly.
That's the goal. Imagine a small vendor in Accra accepting AfroGold directly from a tourist visiting from Nairobi, or a student in Dakar paying tuition to a university in Cape Town using seamless AfroGold transactions.
Reducing friction and costs.
Exactly. It could be used to pay continental tolls, maybe regional school fees, trade levies under the free trade agreement, creating a truly integrated economic zone. It fundamentally reduces the friction and cost of doing business across borders.
And its structure would be robust, you mentioned, backed by smart contracts preventing overissuance.
Right, those automated caps. Audited monthly, they say, by an independent Pan-African Reserve Council crucial for trust. Protected by strong blockchain encryption. And crucially, built in Africa for Africa.
That built in Africa point feels important. And how might this impact the average African citizen beyond just commerce? You touched on remittances.
Yes, that's potentially huge. African migrants working abroad might one day be able to send remittances home in AfroGold. This could bypass expensive conversion fees charged by traditional services and, as a side effect, directly strengthen the collective AU Treasury reserves backing the currency.
So it's not just about financial efficiency. It's about empowering citizens and consolidating continental wealth within Africa itself.
That's the fundamental shift it represents. It's foundational.
Zimbabwe's journey here, from being the ultimate cautionary tale to now serving as a reference point for rebirth for this continental project, it's truly incredible. It feels like more than just economics. It's a profound narrative shift for the entire continent.
Indeed it is. AfroGold, born, as proponents say, from Africa's own soil and its struggles, is framed as the currency the continent owes itself. But its success? Well, that depends entirely on clear leadership, unwavering transparency, consistent continental unity,
And learning the lessons.
and learning from every single past scar and failure, including Zig's own shortcomings. The potential is there, the gold is real, they emphasize, and for many, the moment feels like it is now.
So, reflecting on all this, what does this ambitious African initiative truly mean for the wider global financial landscape? And maybe more importantly, how might this project, if it gains traction, inspire similar shifts in other regions facing their own currency challenges or seeking greater economic autonomy from dominant global powers? What ripples might this create?
All right, ladies and gentlemen. I gotta apologize because I took myself off and then lost the people who were watching. So I'm gonna have to apologize for that.
You know, this was a very interesting investigation that, quite frankly,
And I have to try to do this a better way, I guess. Now, I don't know what the hell I was doing, but you know, at least I tried to do that. Okay, so I got YouTube up, X up, and Rumble. They're still being recorded, so hopefully you guys will come back. You know, let's see what happens. So now, these are the lessons of life, and I gotta throw every now and then a little bit of philosophy behind money, behind living, behind marriage, behind countries, behind cities, and all of these things have a basic root network of integrity. And without further ado, I'm going to roll this, and this is just a great film, a great video, and it's titled, "Once you learn these life lessons, you will never be the same."
If it keeps you happy, keep it quiet. Be careful who you trust. Salt and sugar look the same. Don't depend too much on anyone in this world, because even your own shadow leaves you when you are in darkness. Remember, some of the best times of your life haven't even happened yet. Bad habits are like a comfortable bed, easy to get into, but hard to get out of. Time always exposes what you truly mean to someone. Stay calm. You've been through this before. You'll get through it again. Learn to heal without venting to everyone. Time always exposes what you truly mean to someone. You're being judged no matter what. So be who you want to be. Striving for success without hard work is like trying to harvest where you haven't planted. If you don't let go of the wrong people, you'll never meet the right people. If you don't control your mind, someone else will. If you are not falling down occasionally, you are just coasting. First, it hurts, then it makes you stronger. Work at your job and make a living. Work on yourself and make a fortune. There will always be someone who doesn't see your worth. Don't let it be you. Do what no one else can do, and you will become what no one else can become. Remember, 5 years ago, you dreamed about being where you are now. Think about it. If people treat you like an option, leave them like a choice. Value experience over possessions, because memories are the real treasures of life. So many people love you. Don't focus on the people who don't. Playing it safe is the most dangerous thing you can do in life. Never be embarrassed to struggle. There is absolutely no shame in working hard to get to where you want to be. Rowing harder doesn't help if the boat is headed in the wrong direction. Your vision will be blurry, but it will grow clear with time. Take care of your body. Remember, health is another form of wealth. You don't get paid for the hour. You get paid for the value you bring to the hour. Let the improvement of yourself keep you so busy that you have no time to criticize others. Guard well your thoughts when alone, and your words when accompanied. Your strongest muscle and worst enemy is your mind. Train it well. Don't react. Cut them off silently. The fact that you aren't where you want to be should be enough motivation. Discipline is choosing between what you want now and what you want most. Stop telling people everything. Most people don't care, and some secretly want you to fail. By failing to prepare, you are preparing to fail. Talking without thinking is like shooting without aiming. Do not go where the path may lead. Go instead where there is no path and leave a trail. It's a slow process, but quitting won't speed it up. What comes easy won't last. What lasts won't come easy. Don't ruin a good today by thinking about a bad yesterday. Let it go. Someone else's progress doesn't make yours any less. Small circle, private life, and peaceful mind. Sometimes we create our breaks through expectation. Just let it be. If it's meant to be, it will happen. Just be real. It saves everyone's time. Don't share your personal life with anyone. Do not let anyone have anything that could harm you. Embrace solitude as a time for reflection and self-discovery. Don't let anyone ever make you feel like you don't deserve what you want. You'll grow mentally weak when your life is too comfortable. Sharing your accomplishments is essential, but avoid the pitfall of oversharing every minor success. Life's most significant achievements often emerge from the depths of adversity. Mistakes are stepping stones, not stumbling blocks. Learn from them and move forward. The moment you let go of your discipline is the moment you give up on yourself. Done is better than perfect. Your worst enemy might just be someone you trust the most. Beware of the wolves in sheep's clothing. Self-care is not selfish. It's essential for a balanced and fulfilling life. The value of time becomes evident when it's gone. Use it wisely. Success is what happens after you've survived all your mistakes. Winners focus on winning. Losers focus on winners. Before something great happens, everything falls apart. One day you'll see why God made you wait. For your peace of mind, don't let people know too much about you. If you tell the truth, you don't have to remember anything. If someone tells you you can't, they're showing you their limits, not yours. If you live for people's acceptance, you will die from their rejection. There are two types of pains, one that hurts you and the other that changes you. Be selfish with your time. A lot of people don't deserve it. Silence is the best answer to someone who doesn't value your words. Fear is temporary. Regret is forever. Excuses make today easier, but tomorrow harder. Discipline makes today hard, but tomorrow easier. Don't give up. You are closer than you think. Sometimes being alone is the best medicine to your soul. Your future needs you. Your past doesn't. Don't get burned twice by the same flame. Worrying about losing is losing before you begin. We fall, we break, we fail. But then we rise, we heal, we overcome. Sacrifice a few years of comfort for decades of freedom. Have patience. All things are difficult before they become easy. Hardship often prepares an ordinary person for an extraordinary destiny. Positive thinking will let you do everything better than negative thinking will. The only real mistake is the one from which we learn nothing. Don't let yesterday take up too much of today. If you get tired, learn to rest, not to quit. The two most important days in your life are the day you are born and the day you find out why. Your past is a place to learn and grow, not a place to live. Don't rush the process. Trust it. Great things take time.
Man, I love that. That is why you take time to yourself to anchor yourself in wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, and the ability to move forward no matter what. It might be an inch, it might be 2 centimeters, it might be a foot, but at least you have moved forward, and that's the most important thing that you must learn to do. Hold on. Hold on. All right, so we're gonna move on, and I love that. There's certain things in that video that's gonna speak to you, and I always try to be productive in everything that I do, everything that I say. And some of y'all just deserve to be cussed out. You just love to have somebody on your back, straightening you up, because a lot of y'all need to be straightened up, straightened out, quick, fast, and in a hurry, man. It seems like you just can't survive without somebody jumping up and down on your back. But that's cool. I can understand that. Yeah, that's what my mama used to say to me when I was younger, or a younger man coming up. But the idea is still the same. You know what I mean? You got to stay forward. You got to move forward. You got to stay focused, and that's gonna be it. You know. So we're gonna go on to the next video, and this one is called Ghana's newest mineral discovery, worth trillions of dollars, is the real game changer for Ghana. I'll be right back.
In a quiet corner of Ghana's Odi region, a discovery has emerged that could transform not just the region, but the entire nation's trajectory, global mining industry. During what began as routine exploration for iron ore in the Yamarume Range, geologists made a surprising find: commercial-grade nickel deposits that could define Ghana's place in the global critical minerals market. This development, though still in its early stages, is rapidly gathering interest and anticipation, not just but among global investors keenly watching the growing demand for battery metals in the green energy revolution. Before we dive deeper into today's update, take a moment to like, share, and subscribe to the channel. Your support is key to helping us grow and reach more viewers like you. Don't forget to hit the notification bell so you never miss out on exciting updates. The Ghana Integrated Iron and Steel Development Corporation, IISD, in collaboration with the Ghana Geological Survey Authority, GGSA, has been leading the charge in exploring iron ore in the region. Their efforts have now inadvertently uncovered potentially mineable nickel concentrations, a discovery that was never part of the original plan. Yet, what makes this find even more intriguing is the quality of the nickel uncovered. Preliminary data suggests concentrations exceeding 1%, a figure that places the deposit well within the commercially viable range for global mining operations. These early readings were gathered through handheld scanning devices typically used in the field for quick assessments, and though they are not conclusive, they provided enough reason to get excited. Certified laboratory tests are now underway to validate the findings with precision. The results of these tests, expected later this year, will determine the final grade, volume, and distribution of the nickel deposits. But already there is a sense of cautious optimism. This could be more than just another mineral discovery. This could be a turning point. Ghana, a country already making strides with the Iwoya lithium project in the central region, could soon become a notable supplier in the critical minerals supply chains, a position currently dominated by heavyweights like Indonesia, the Philippines, and Australia. William Okofu-Darte, the CEO of GISDEC, expressed this sentiment clearly during a technical visit to the site. While iron ore remains the primary focus, the presence of nickel cannot be ignored. For him, this discovery underscores the need for a comprehensive understanding of the entire mineral composition of the area before making investment decisions. He emphasized the importance of knowing exactly what lies beneath the earth, what quantities, and of what quality. The last thing the country wants is to invite investors for iron ore only to have them stumble upon nickel and benefit unexpectedly. Transparency, Darda said, is paramount. If Ghana is going to build trust and attract long-term capital, then investors must be presented with the full picture from the onset. This commitment to full disclosure and careful evaluation is setting the tone for what could be one of Ghana's most important mining ventures in recent years.
Hey everyone, if you suffer from gum disease or tooth decay, this is for you, because this
GISDEC has already commissioned consultants to conduct a comprehensive mineral content analysis. The study is expected to be completed by September 2025 and will provide the definitive data needed to map out the future of mining in the Java Range. The analysis will not just focus on nickel, but will also detail the iron ore reserves and explore the potential presence of other related minerals, such as copper. After all, GISDC's legal mandate covers a broader spectrum than just iron and steel. It includes related critical minerals, positioning the corporation at the center of Ghana's future in energy transition metals. The GGSA, for its part, has also confirmed the presence of nickel in all 8 drill holes completed so far. According to David Yalkuma, a senior geoscientist with the GGSA, the results from the handheld scanners are indeed encouraging. In some instances, the concentrations are not just within economic range, they actually exceed 1%, which is a significant threshold in the mining industry. However, like his counterparts at GISDEC, Mr. Kuma remains grounded in the need for scientific rigor. The certified lab results are essential. Until then, any conclusions drawn remain speculative, and both institutions are united in their message. Let's wait for the facts. But even at this early stage, the implications are hard to ignore. Nickel is one of the most in-demand minerals in the world today, primarily due to its critical role in lithium-ion batteries, the very heart of electric vehicles and renewable energy storage systems. As countries around the globe race to decarbonize their economies and reduce reliance on fossil fuels, the demand for battery-grade minerals like nickel has surged. This has turned the global nickel market into a fiercely competitive arena, with supply chains under intense scrutiny and resource-rich nations gaining new leverage. For Ghana to enter this arena with credible, high-grade nickel deposits could be a monumental development. The Gyamrume nickel discovery, when combined with the Uwoya lithium project, presents a powerful narrative of Ghana's ambition to become a leader in Africa's battery metals space. The Uwoya project alone is projected to yield around 365,000 tons of spodumene concentrate annually, a key source of lithium. Together, these projects mark a decisive shift in Ghana's mining focus, from traditional gold and bauxite to the minerals of the future. The potential benefits go far beyond revenue. A successful battery metals strategy could usher in new industrial capacity, technological transfer, job creation, and a stronger bargaining position in the global energy transition. Still, all eyes remain on the data. Both JAI ISDEC and GGSA are treading carefully. They understand that premature celebration without solid scientific backing can lead to missteps. As Mr. Kuma eloquently put it, building a strong mining sector requires more than just hope. It requires science, precision, and planning. That's why every step taken now is grounded in ensuring that when Ghana does present these resources to the world, it does so with confidence, backed by data, and with a clear strategy for responsible and sustainable extraction. One crucial part of the strategy is how Ghana will engage with potential investors. The message from GISDEC is clear. Transparency will be non-negotiable. Mr. Darte reiterated that if the country is going to offer mineral concessions, then all information, whether it's iron, nickel, or anything else, must be laid out transparently. This level of honesty is what builds long-term partnerships, he explained, and it's how Ghana can attract not just any investor, but the right kind of investor, one who is willing to commit to value addition, community development, and environmental responsibility. Indeed, this approach aligns with a broader shift happening across Africa's mining sectors. Countries are increasingly demanding that foreign capital does more than just extract and export raw minerals. There is growing pressure to develop local refining capacity, processing plants, and technology transfer initiatives that ensure a greater share of the value chain remains within the continent. For Ghana, the nickel discovery in OT region could become a model for how this new era of resource development can be approached, with patience, data, transparency, and a long-term vision. While the laboratory results are still pending, the groundwork is already being laid for what could become one of Ghana's most important mineral assets. The early signs are promising, and if the data holds, the country may soon find itself on the map as a serious player in the global battery metal supply chain. From an unplanned discovery during an iron ore exploration mission to a potential game changer in the global green economy, the story of nickel in OT region is just beginning. As the world watches, Ghana stands at the threshold of a new mining frontier, one that could propel its economy, diversify its mineral portfolio, and contribute meaningfully to the fight against climate change. But for now, the message remains clear and disciplined. No conclusions until the facts are in. And when they are, the next chapter of Ghana's mining legacy will begin, with nickel leading the charge.
If today is your first time watching this channel, or you...
Alright, so that's one of the many videos I'm going to be covering that's going to really put a light on the significance of the mother continent of all continents. That is undeniable power. Economic power first, political power second, spiritual power third, and physical power last. Because money talk, bullshit walk. Just how it is. Hold on, let me go to this one and we'll be on our way to the next one. And you gotta remember, white folks are not the smartest people on the planet. They're about the dumbest motherfuckers going. You know, on this channel or on this show, I don't bite my tongue. It is what it is. They're weak, they're lame, they are the worst elements of a so-called want to be human family. And they have shown their colors each and every motherfucking time. You can count on them to do what they do best. Depravity. Reprobated mindset. Death, destruction, disease, and despair. It's been there, done that, and this is the third time around that we've been dealing with these motherfuckers for the longest time. Since Egypt, We got them out by killing them. In Greece and Rome, we got them out by killing them. And now this is the third strike. No more. Their numbers are dwindling. They're not even having babies anymore. So fuck them. They are of no consequence at all. Politically, economically, spiritually, physically, they are fucking bankrupt. Have always been like that. And the only thing they know how to run is run shit into the fucking ground. That's all they do. $32 trillion in debt that America has with no backing of the dollar. It is a fiat. It is monopoly money. And this is the why, and this is the reason and the why as to why America has shifted from the SWIFT financial network to the QFS one in support of and backing of XRP ledger. So we're going to be getting into that later. So I really don't want to talk about that right now because I'll be getting ahead of myself. But the idea is for every time that I be on the show, I try to find videos that are supportive of that and so that you can find and have an easier time in putting all of the pieces together. I'll be right back. Just 14 minutes.
Take people who is not black to talk about it and people can pay attention. So let's hear what this white guy is telling us, what he saw with his own eyes. I will be back with commentary. All the clips to this in this video, credit belongs to one of the videos. I will be back with commentary.
This video is about racism. To say that I experienced culture shock as a white boy from a small city in Ontario, Canada, transplanted into the U.S. is the understatement of the century. I mean, there was only 2 black families that I knew of in my hometown in Canada, and then I find myself in southern Florida. I wasn't accustomed to seeing so many black people, but I also wasn't prejudiced by the racism in the U.S. either. So it was what it was. Not to say that racism didn't exist in Canada or doesn't today, but at the time I was barely 12, so I wasn't exposed to it the way others may have. But I remember being asked in homeroom practically on day 1 if I was a redneck. Now I had no idea what that meant, but I sensed I was going to have to be if I wanted to fit in, so I said I was. And I remember going into a Kmart store, do you remember those stores? And seeing this poster. On it was this grizzled old soldier in a gray uniform proudly hoisting a tattered Confederate flag, and the caption underneath exclaiming, "Save your Confederate money, boys, the South gonna rise again." At the time, from that place of naivety, I just remember thinking it was a cool poster, not understanding its meaning. I saw the Confederate flags for sale too, and I had first seen it on the top of the hood of that classic 1969 Dodge Charger in the show The Dukes of Hazzard. I thought it was cool, the car and the flag. And that's how insidious in some ways that racism, or at least white supremacy, presents itself, isn't it? I mean, there was a primetime, popular TV show about these good old boys from Hazard County, Georgia, Bo and Luke Duke. You couldn't get any more all-American than those two if you planted a fresh baked apple pie.
I've been hearing this from black community, but many people didn't want to believe in them. They didn't want to listen. But now you see the white guy saying everything the way they were standing him fast, stuff like that. Imagine he just saw it, but black community living. Yeah, because people need to start opening their eyes. Because some people they're like, it's a lie, it's something they made up, it's not happening. But it's really, really good to see like someone who's white talk about it because you have no reason to lie. If you can't trust black people telling you, at least you trust white people telling you. Yeah, guys, let's keep watching. I'll come back with comments.
On it as a hood ornament on the General Lee. Speaking of which, again, this subconscious perpetuation that General Robert E. Lee was a hero of the South. Anyway, I digress. These images, the flags and statues and culture of the South, all harkened back to a time when black people in America were slaves and reinforced that idealized time for white folks. But then I saw the darker underbelly of racism for the first time. A fight had broken out between a black boy and a white boy, and everyone encircled the two. I was sort of standing off to the side, away from the circle, observing. I'm a lover, not a fighter, and even back then that was true. And all the white kids were chanting. I listened, and it still haunts me to this day. The chant went, fight, fight, N-word and the white don't win, we all jump in. And I've thought about that so many times in the 40 plus years since. I was too afraid to object at the time, too scared to stand up. But imagine being in that black boy's shoes, a boy of maybe 12 or 13, oppressed his whole life, undoubtedly in poverty, and realizing that if you don't win the fight, you're going to get the shit kicked out of you anyway. It had to be demoralizing, knowing you were done for either way. And I watched from my seat on the school bus many mornings on the ride to school as white boys hurled slurs and threw rocks at and otherwise picked fights with black kids. Flash forward a decade and a half and I'm heading to Atlanta for a work conference. I'm at one of those highway travel plazas with fast food, and I'm in line at an Arby's to get something to eat. In front of me is a black gentleman. It's his turn to order and he steps up to the counter. The white female cashier deliberately leans to the side, makes eye contact with me and says, "Can I help you, sir?" In the politest voice possible. I was dumbfounded. I paused for a moment before saying back, I think this gentleman was ahead of me. I point to the black man. She looks shocked, turns her gaze to him, sneers, and says, "What'll you have?"
Guys, when white people start to see this stuff, it feels differently. We have to agree on that. Because it's not like black community want white people to come and talk on their behalf. It's not that, but it's because they've been saying this and people saying like, oh, it's emotional, it's a lie, we have black fatigue, but it's really different when white people say it because many of them they know, but they just try to ignore it. So it's really something good to see someone come out and tell the truth the way it is. Because some people don't believe racism unless it comes from their own people. So that let's keep watching. I will be back with comments.
In just that kind of tone. He orders, pays, and waits. When she brings out his food, she basically hurls it onto his tray and dismisses him. As he turns, he made eye contact with me and he whispers out, "Thank you." And folks, some of you might be saying, well, that was 30, 40 years ago. Things are way different now. And I'm here to tell you that's not true. Certainly not in the South. But white folks have learned to hide the racism better, depending on the company they're in anyway. It hasn't gone away, it's just gone underground. They still talk about it over a cold beer or a hot meal. But that hate and anger towards black folks is simmering just underneath the surface and ready to boil over. See this whole America First rhetoric? The ICE raids? It isn't really about American protectionism. It's not about patriotism. Not really. It's just become the outlet for that hatred of anyone who's not white. It's always been acceptable to be patriotic, though, even if it's no longer acceptable to be outwardly racist. I'll bet the chants no longer happen, and you don't see that Confederate flag flying around nearly as much. But they can wave American flags and exclaim their pride for God and country without seeming racist. They'll tell you they have black flags, that they're not racist, that they just love America and want to protect it. But see it for what it is. Racism, pure and simple. It's why too many disenfranchised people in America voted for Trump. He's openly racist and they wish they could be too. They want that old America back. They're saving their Confederate money in preparation for the South rising again. And they're prepared to start a civil war. Let's hope if they do, it ends the same way it did last time. But don't fool yourself into believing that eventually those old attitudes will change. They continue to pass it down generation to generation like a valuable family treasure. Talk about it over the dinner table, over fried chicken and hominy grits and biscuits with white gravy. Meals they abdicated from those black slaves many years ago.
So, guys, what's so sad? Some folks still don't believe it, and they try to ignore it as much as they can. But keep seeing this story coming, white people talking about this again and again. This would be hard to ignore it because the word was like what black people been saying is true. So at the end of the day, these people are tired. They are tired always to be treated like things, to think like they are not good enough, something like that. So guys, I have one clips I have. Let's watch. I'll be back with commentary and comments on it. White people, all people of color, how we should feel. You guys are always trying to make us feel like we are imagining things, okay? This is not the first time I've gone into a white restaurant and had this kind of treatment, okay? And I'm talking about like upscale restaurants, okay? It doesn't happen in like regular white people setting, like hipster places, like y'all are cool, you know? But when I be going to these expensive ass restaurants, when I go to 5-star restaurants, when I go to expensive restaurants that most people can't afford, and I'm the only brown person in there, they treat me different. And some people are like, oh, maybe it's because you have tattoos. I've gone into restaurants completely covered up and you cannot tell I have tattoos. Dressing, looking, acting like a normal person. And people in there will look at us funny. People in there treat us funny. We have to deal with things that other people don't have to deal with. And some people are going to be like what? Like, what could possibly happen? Like, for example, one time I was in Morton's in downtown LA, and they told me that I couldn't come in because I wasn't obeying the dress code. Because I was wearing sweats, I think. This was a few years ago. And I said, oh, but I see other people in here that are not obeying the dress code because people were wearing hats. And hats was also against the Morton dress code. And then I pointed it out, and I was getting upset because I was like, how are you going to just enforce the rules with me? Like, why is it just me? I'm the only person in here that you're deciding to enforce the rules on, but there's other people that don't look like me that are sitting there comfortably, you know? And we ended up leaving the restaurant, but this is a thing that happens a lot. Racism didn't disappear, it just evolves. And now what we are seeing is it's not about hate, it's about the system. And it's about behaviors they are trying to normalize. Because, guys, someone can do something really, really bad, and of course he's like, okay, I didn't mean to, and get away with that. And of course the person who affected keeps that we stay with that mark for years. When we see white people come out and say it matters because they listen to them more than they can listen to black community, because whatever they try, they're like, oh, you are overreacting, you're just exaggerating, you want attention. But when you see like white guy like this come out and say like everything, it's something totally different on my part, if I'm being honest. So guys, yeah, because many people have faced this. We have black community in this YouTube, and they're watching this video. Tell us your experience, because I know there is more. So I have many friends, so they tell me a lot of things, and I'm like, wow, that's a lot. So to see white guy come out and confess everything, it's really something bigger. I believe like there's some white who would listen to him than listening to black people, because you always find a way to make them look like they're exaggerating, they're overreacting, and yeah, and you paint them to look bad. We keep seeing videos where people come from Africa or from all over the world going to US, but they have this bad image like, oh, don't go near about black people, they are not like easy people, they are rude, they will treat you bad, because that's what they teach them before they come. So when they come, they just stay away. You understand? So that's how they want us to see them. So we stay away from them, but that's not reality. That's what they want. So guys, let's read the comments from the people, hear what the people are saying. Okay, let me start those. Okay, here we go. The first comment say, as a black woman, I'm not surprised. We have lived this, we felt this every day in small ways that most people don't even notice. But seeing someone else finally acknowledging it, that matters. Maybe now people will start listening. Yeah, we start listening because they ignore it. So the second one say, I have been forward installed and I've been for I've been forward installed talked over in meeting and stay at like I didn't belong. So when I see video like this, I don't feel shocked. I feel tired because it's not new, maybe, but maybe this time someone who didn't believe us. Well, the third one saying now you all starting to get it. We have been saying this for years, but when we talk about racism, we thought we were praying victim. Now that a white man said, suddenly it's a wake up call. Now we can wake up for we have been awake. It's time you catch up to us. Yeah, guys. So that's all we have. So let me know what you think about all this topic. Where do you stand? What do you think about what the guy explained? What the people were talking about? Let me know and subscribe to the channel. If it's your first time, like, comment, and share. I'll see you next one. Bye. What's up?
Okay. What need to be known, I think all the people who are going to be watching this that are black, white folks are not going to change, man. They're the most hating motherfuckers on the goddamn planet. They hate our fucking guts. Don't ever think that they are good white folks. If there are some good white folks talking about they good and they're your best friend, they're getting something out that bitch. There are none. It's bad enough that we got to deal with the bad black ass motherfuckers who want to be white and want to, turn on you, our own people. So fuck all that shit. If you want to deal with white folks, go and deal with them, but make sure you never forget who you are dealing with. Period. End of that discussion. Because our ancestors didn't like these motherfuckers at all. Not one bit. If you study history long enough, you will see that that is and was the case and will always be the case. White people, as we call them today, or these pale skins, and black people, as we know ourselves to be today, like oil and water. It's just not going to mix at all. So let me get forward and get it, and we're moving at a decent pace. I don't have a lot of these videos to do, which is I like because normally I would wait until Saturday and I would have like 100. So this makes more sense to me to have it on the show on Tuesdays and Saturdays now. So that's exactly what we're gonna do. So let me get to this, and this is what white women feel about white men between the ages 18 and 40, I think it was. I'll be right back.
Coffee, it'll make you feel better.
Women want to know what is going on with young men, specifically young white males. She says they are failing. No more wasting time. Check it out.
Someone answer this question. What is going on with emerging adult white males between the ages of, say, 18 and 25 to 30? I ask you this because most of the clients that come to me have young adult white males between 18 and, say, 30, and they are sleeping all day, gaming all night, hiding from their parents, hiding from the world, smoking a lot of weed. They don't want to grow up. And I don't want to use inflammatory language, but I have seen so much of this in the last 18 months that I would say this is an epidemic. And I don't think it's just one thing. I think it's a complex issue. I think it has to do with the attraction of gaming and the escape of that. I think it has to do with losing faith in the world and the way it's going at the moment. And I think in some ways we all hit that 20s and we're like disillusioned with the fact that we have to grow up and like kick it into gear and take responsibility for ourselves. Maybe we don't want to do that. But why is it so much more difficult these days for this generation?
It's interesting to hear a woman ask that question at this point because, as far as we know, this has been a thing. And just the fact that she's just now realizing this points to how much society really does not care about men's issues. Today's society, especially. Let's listen to what the response was.
What is going on with emerging adult white males between the ages of, say, 18 and...
Yeah, I can tell you what's going on. I can tell you exactly what's going on. I'm a therapist and I work directly with this demographic. I have multiple clients that are in this demographic and are struggling exactly with some of the issues that are being described here. This lady, I think, appears to be a parenting coach of some kind, and she's expressing that in the last 18 months or so, she has seen young men, young white men in this demographic who are failing to adjust into adulthood and who are just kind of failing in life in general, have lost their way, they feel lost, etc. According to her, she feels like she's been seeing it for the last 18 months or so. At the risk of sounding harsh, where have you been? You're just barely now noticing this? Believe me, it's been going on a lot longer than 18 months. Unfortunately, the fact of the matter is most people aren't really noticing because they just frankly don't really give a damn about this demographic or this group. The epidemic of them not making a successful transition into adulthood isn't nearly as bad. I mean, nearly as bad as the rates of them unaliving themselves. We have had an epidemic of male unaliving for years and years and years, and it's been going on for years and years. And you never hear about it. It's never talked about because, again, nobody gives a crap. These statistics are particularly alarming when we look at the rates of military veterans here in the United States that unalive themselves. Now, most of these veterans are male, and just looking at a statistic here, from certain years, it says that 20 veterans die every single day. Every day.
Wow.
Unalive themselves. That's a statistic that doesn't seem real, but it is. That is a real statistic. This is a real epidemic. But again, because it's men, nobody cares. So what is going on with that?
Hold on. A lot of noise outside. Hold on.
I know exactly what's going on. It's complicated. There's a lot to it. But basically, this demographic is treated with contempt. They've grown up in an environment and in a climate where they are told that they're unwanted, unneeded, that they're useless, worthless, and unloved. They grow up in this climate, and they have become accustomed to it. I worked with teenagers for more than 20 years now, and I learned early on that if you tell a kid that they are worthless and useless and that they're a bad person, they're going to live up to that. But if you tell them that they're good and that you believe in them and that they're going to overcome things, they will believe you. They've also grown up in an environment where they're criticized constantly from every angle. No matter what they do, literally, they can't do anything. They can't even wear backpacks. They can't wear certain shoes without somebody criticizing them. They're surrounded and bombarded by constant and endless criticism. Criticism is really destructive, by the way. That deserves a whole other video. But criticism is really destructive. And if you grow up in an environment and a climate where you cannot do anything without absorbing some kind of criticism because you're surrounded by adults who feel like it's their job to straighten you out.
Wait. White folk are naturally weak-minded. They need to put somebody else down in order to make themselves look good. You cannot break somebody else in order to repair yourself. I think that's how it goes. And this is what they do. They're weak-minded. They have no morals. They have no fiber in regard to integrity and honesty and all of those things that are just natural instincts that are buried deep within the genetics of black folk. These people are naturally reprobated. These people are naturally evil because they come from a lineage of evil, period. And the reason why they are committing suicide is the reason why is very simple. They've been lied to as to what they are. They're not white. They're not Caucasian. They're not Aryan. They're Anglo-Saxon. None of that bullshit. Those terms belong to black people. Period. But I digress, and let's keep moving.
We're going to become afraid to do anything. They're terrified to fail because they've learned it's painful. If they try something for the first time and they don't do it correctly, guaranteed there's somebody always there to tell them how much they suck. And I cannot possibly count the number of times I've heard from boys that they get completely differential treatment at school than the girls do. The girls, they get a cakewalk in school. The boys are treated with zero tolerance policies. And they live in a world where everybody else's struggle is treated and viewed as though it is an honorable struggle, when theirs is not. That they are treated with contempt and hatred when they're struggling, whereas other people in other demographics, particularly women, are treated as though it's honorable and virtuous.
This makes so much sense. This makes so much sense. Getting on this platform and having a channel that's focused to dealing with issues men go through in today's very, very confusing and difficult, challenging cutthroat dating market is already controversial in itself. The truth is, there aren't many platforms where you can speak comfortably about these situations, but just talking about adversity that men go through, whether it's a guy who's dealing with like a bad divorce, the stuff we talk about here, cheating girlfriend, these things happen. You are labeled as pathetic and like you're not adding any value to society because you're dealing with specifically just men's issues. This platform is for mainly men overall. Now, I do understand they're talking about white males in specific here, but as we know at this point, all young men are affected by the negativity and just how much masculinity is oppressed in our society. See, watch.
When they see their female counterparts struggling, and they see their female counterparts get a whole bunch of "you go, girl," and when they struggle, they get a "get your shit together." I mean, constantly for years and years and years they get this, and it just shuts them down. Frankly, they don't have a hope for a positive future. They see the world as harsh and unforgiving. Because quite frankly, as a child and as a teenager, that's exactly how it was. It was unforgiving and harsh. They just don't want to try anymore.
Dollar.
They just don't want to try. I'm going to be really honest here for a second, okay? So trigger warning, honesty. I don't understand how someone can work with other humans, right, and be in the business of helping humans, and not see a world where boys are told that they're worthless, that they're unloved, unneeded, and unwanted on a near constant basis, and then wonder why they're struggling. With all due respect, to me that just sounds like being willfully ignorant, willfully blind.
Go check him out. His TikTok handle is SCOTT for Scott and CARTER Carter MHP. Scott Carter MHP. I'll have him pinned to the top of the comment section as well. Yeah. Real shit. Let's check out some of these comments. First comment here says, young people are also looking around and seeing that hard work and virtue no longer pay off. There's just no hope left anymore, and for valid reasons. I think it used to be that you're a young man, you work hard, you get a job, you find a nice girl, she respects you for what you do, has realistic expectations for what you bring to the table, She's also pleasant and not a raging feminist who has unrealistic expectations for the average male because she is also average. And then you go ahead and do life. You go out and face what the world has in store. But men today are definitely aware that they are labeled as a problem in society. The masculinity is labeled as toxic. Being competitive as a man is labeled as toxic. Being a straight male is labeled as toxic. Being disagreeable and wanting to be successful is labeled as toxic. And so men really have to take things into their own hands. They really have to make sure that the messaging they're getting. It's tough when you're young. It's tough if you have some crazy parents. But if you're able to, you gotta do what you can as a man to keep your mind strong. Sure, getting a well-paying job may take time. Sure, getting that family, if you want one, may take time. Protect your mind from messaging that devalues you as a man. And then do the things that keep you healthy. You can control the simple things like working out, taking care of yourself, eating better, getting out in nature, etc. A child that isn't embraced by the village will burn the village down. Staring at everything that didn't love him back. And he will ease his way into the fire until he finally feels some warmth. Mercy. That's dark. Another comment here says, I look at our society and see little opportunity for success. Life shouldn't be this hard. If there are no fruits of my labor, why bother? Another person here says, thank you, single mothers. Here's somebody else who says, there's the single mothers catching a stray in the conversation. Here's somebody else who says, as a girl mom, I've noticed girls are raised to be independent while boys are just getting to be kids. I mean, what do you expect? What we see around us, guys, is a female-based society that uplifts women over the men. This is the result. And what's crazy about this is when the young men aren't taken care of, when they aren't given a purpose to wake up in the morning, when they don't feel like they're being listened to, everybody loses. You have videos on TikTok of feminists talking about why do we even need men? Eventually, society will find out. Why do we need men? I think we are realizing right now why strong men are important. Here's somebody else who says, told that everything about our nature is wrong. That has almost 1,000 likes. Told that everything about our nature is wrong. Soul crushing. Either lash out or die, this commenter says. Here's somebody else who added, on top of that, there's not a place for us in adulthood. I'm 28, make 80K, and need to live with 4 roommates just to get by. Another comment here says, the world is harsh and unforgiving towards everyone, not just men. Somebody else here responded back to that comment and said, did you watch the video? Somebody else here says, facts, in response to that comment. Men have it the easiest in life. Of course, here come the trolls. And another comment here says, men have it the easiest? That has to be fake. Here's somebody else who added, I really love this. I am 27 and feel like I am outcast. I try to get promoted at every job only to be told I'm not ready. Then a female that worked there for 6 months gets promoted. Here's another man that says, black male youth have felt this for generations. The surprised eyes. I'd agree with that statement, by the way. Goes on to say, my life goal, get a cheap car I like. After that, no idea. Questioning if I can even achieve that dream. The final comment here says, America is gynocentral. Listen, guys, I'm very curious to know what you thought of this video. Leave your comments down below. I appreciate you as always for checking out yet another episode of Copy Pop Tennis. I'm out. Peace.
All right, we are on our way and getting through these. So, hold on. Now, if you have not seen or heard of this guy, Tisu Vanuvasu, I think something like that. But subscribe to his channel, and I like his short but very sweet video to get right to the heart of the problem, right to the heart of the situation. And you're going to see a lot of these on here tonight. So if you have not heard of this SABN YouTube channel, please subscribe to it because it gives you all of the current information that is going on the continent and what they're doing and how they're doing it. And it's just a great channel. So let's see. Let's get right to it. It's 8 minutes long. One Africa Parliament just voted to seize all Western military
One
bases.
Africa Parliament just voted to seize all Western military bases by Tukan Mabika. Supreme Africa breaking news, Tisu Vanhu Vacho. And today, we just voted to collect rent from the uninvited tenants of Africa. Part 1, it just happened. The vote heard around the world breaking news. My Sabien family. It's official. At exactly 14:33 Addis Ababa time, the One Africa Parliament just passed a continental decree to begin the seizure, yes, seizure, of all Western military bases across the African continent. You read that correctly. Not relocation, not renegotiation, seizure, confiscation, full repo man mode. And the vote, 527 in favor, 66 against, 11 abstained. Let's be honest, those 11 abstainers probably just had no Wi-Fi. Part 2, how we got here, the final straw. Now you might be asking, Aish Takunda, how did it come to this? Well, the kettle of frustration has been boiling for decades. For years, Western powers like the USA, France, the UK, and even newer players like Turkey have planted their military bases in strategic African locations like Djibouti, where you'll find like 7 foreign bases, Niger, until the people kicked them out last year, Kenya, Senegal, Ghana, South Africa, covert ops, don't tell Blade. All this while claiming to help fight terror or build capacity, when really they were babysitting natural resource pipelines, undersea cable routes, and satellite command posts. But after the Afro-Gold currency, Afronet launch, and One Africa Army formation, African MPs said, open quote, this is a new Africa. If you're on our soil with guns, we either command you, or you go back home and start a TikTok channel. Close quote. Part 3, insider leak from chamber floor. Thanks to our beloved techie Protocol Black, who hides mics in potted plants and plugs into every encrypted feed with a solar-powered toothpick, we now know exactly what happened inside the chamber today. Here's the most savage quote from the debate, delivered by MP Buba from Cameroon. Open quote. If someone lives in your house for 75 years, doesn't pay rent, eats your food, dates your cousin, and refuses to leave, that's not a guest. That's an invader. Close quote. Even the speaker couldn't hold her laughter. Clap emojis echoed across Pan-African Twitter. Part 4. Where are the bases? Here's what the Parliament outlined. There are over 50 confirmed foreign military bases in Africa right now, and here's a rough breakdown. USA, AFRICOM, 30-plus operating sites. France, 10-plus. UK, scattered deployments. Turkey, base in Somalia. China, 1 in Djibouti. But let's be honest, they built half the Parliament building. Russia, some spooky training bases in Central Africa. Parliament voted to hand all bases to the One Africa Army Command, starting with 1. Camp Lamania in Djibouti, 2. Wakam Base in Senegal, 3. Manda Bay Base in Kenya, 4. Airbase 201 in Niger. Yes, my people, we are repossessing the furniture, like bailiffs with a mission. Part 5. What's the plan? Now don't panic. It's not just kick them out and pray. The One Africa Military Integration Committee has already designed Operation Return to Sender, a peaceful but firm military transition. Key features. African flags will be raised over every foreign base within 90 days. All weapons and assets left behind become African property. Sorry, Pentagon. Foreign personnel will be escorted respectfully but silently. Okay, maybe not that silently. There will be drums. Oh, and they created a new subunit called Shadow Unit Zulu 3, the gatekeepers. Their job? Ensure the guests don't sneak out with hard drives or uranium. Part 6, Global Panic Button, Western Reaction. Washington, Joe Biden reportedly whispered, "Wait, they did what?" before confusing AfroNet with Apple Music. Paris, President Macron allegedly called Ramaphosa to complain, but Ramaphosa put him on hold and played Jerusalem. London, Rishi Sunak was spotted Googling, "Can Africa legally do that?" Spoiler alert, yes we can. Pentagon, one anonymous US general simply said, "We underestimated Africa again." Part 7, African Twitter goes violently viral. Oh, you already know the internet didn't sleep. The Realcom Geza. If France wants to fight us for the bases, tell them to send Napoleon himself. Mama Tigre TZ, my son used to serve in that base. Now he's the one locking the gate. Crypto Kaduta, wait, does this mean we now own all their fridges too? Tunda Tycoon, this is the most African move ever. We said we're done and did it live. Part 8, our press statement, or lack thereof. Surprisingly, the African Union has not made any official press release yet. Why? Because this wasn't publicized. This wasn't a show. This was a silent vote carried out under a sealed agenda labeled, open quote, Resolution 7XR Military Sovereignty Reinstatement, close quote. Only a few insiders knew until it passed. And we got the exclusive leak. Our source? Chairman Shadow. He sent a voice note laughing, then whispering, "Now let's see if NATO tries anything funny." Half Part 9, China and Russia. Sipping tea quietly. While the West freaked out, China was just in the corner sipping green tea, like, open quote, "Oh, so the bases we didn't build are getting kicked out? That's interesting." Close quote. Russia? Open quote. Africa said you don't own us. That's what we like to hear. Close quote. Both countries have offered to help secure the transition, but the One Africa Parliament rejected all offers of interference, saying, open quote, "This is an African affair. We're not removing one colonizer to invite another." Close quote. Bars. Mic drop. Flame emojis all around. Part 10. What's next? According to the rollout plan, Phase 1, next 30 days. Military inspection and intelligence sweep of all foreign installations. Phase 2, by 2026. All military communication systems to run on AfroNet only. Phase 3, permanent. All bases converted to African defense hubs, training academies, and AI-powered command centers. And the final dream? A One Africa defense ring. Satellites, drones, submarines, and cyber units operated continentally to protect all 1.5 billion Africans. Yes, even those ones who still ask, what is AfroGold in the comments? Part 11. Takunda's final word. Who owns Africa? My people. Today, we answered a question that has haunted Africa for centuries. Who really owns our land? Is it the maps drawn in Berlin? The flags raised in cold boardrooms? The treaties signed under duress? No. It is us. Tisu Vanhu Bacho. We own it. With our vote. With our unity. With our parliament. Let them panic. Let them spin. We are not violent, but we are not weak. We are peaceful, but we are not passive. Africa is not a playground for military tourists. It is home. And today, we changed the locks. Call to action. Sabian family, like this video if you believe Africa must control its own military destiny. Comment your country and say, no more foreign bases. Share this to every African soldier, youth, and leader who believes in sovereignty. Subscribe to Sabian, where the leaks don't lie and the people rise. This is Takunda Mabika. Still reporting, still rising, still African. One parliament, one army, one continent.
All right. This is very smooth. I'm liking the 2-day format through the week, so I can really focus in on what need to be focused in on because the news coming out of Africa and around the globe is just amazing. So what we're going to be doing, what we're going to be seeing is a new world order. And that new world order is nothing but black. Well, let me get out of this, and we'll go on to the next one. This one is 21 minutes. Troy proposes Africa's own United Nations. Now, you got to remember, the United Nations is not for black folks. It's for white dominance, white superiority, white supremacy. But now, since the shoes have shifted onto the feet of Daddy and Mama Africa, we're going to be using it as a blunt force instrument and weapon against all of those who have taken advantage of a sleeping giant. And we're going to get even. You hear black folks talking about, I bet. That means, motherfucker, we just waiting on the wing, waiting in the wing, and for the right moment to strike. When we're going to get even with, what's the motherfucker's name that killed tens of millions of people in Africa? Had a country named after him. Can't remember. But we're going to get our reparation. We're going to take it. We're not asking for a motherfucking thing, bitches. White boy, white girl, we're going to take this shit. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. All of you belong to the black man. Every square mile of the earth and the sea belong to black folk. All right? So let's get that understanding. So let's keep it moving, and we'll be right back.
They never expected this. Not from a captain in fatigues. Not from a land they once called too poor, too small, too silent. But today, silence is no longer an option. Because from the heart of West Africa, a voice is rising, and this time it's not asking for a seat at the table. It's building a new table altogether. At a secret summit in Ouagadougou, President Ibrahim Traoré looked into the cameras and uttered the words that would make global headlines and shape the foundation of every Western foreign ministry. Africa needs its own United Nations. Not to beg, not to wait, but to lead. And today, we begin. The announcement came like a thunderclap. No leaks, no drafts, no whispers in diplomatic circles. Just one bold declaration delivered in a hall filled with African thinkers. Elders, engineers, soldiers, artists, and youth. Not in Geneva, not in New York, but under the African sky. And the name of the vision, the new continental order. Not a copy of the UN. Not a regional bloc in disguise, but a radically new model built by Africa. For Africa, a structure where sovereignty is sacred, where no country's voice is silenced by veto powers, where resolutions are backed not by press releases, but by action. Flashback. The road to this moment wasn't sudden. It began months earlier when African diplomats were denied entry. 2. Key World Bank meetings. When the African Union was sidelined in global climate negotiations. When Burkina Faso was sanctioned for defending its borders while aggressors walked free. The insult wasn't just political, it was structural. Decades of decisions had been made about Africa without Africa, from peacekeeping missions. That never brought peace. To trade deals that drained resources and returned debt. To development projects that built skyscrapers in Europe and slums in Africa. The truth was undeniable. The global order was never built to include Africa. It was built to control it. Traoré's secret meeting in Bamako after the backlash. To Burkina Faso's Gold Alliance. Traoré disappeared from the spotlight. For 11 days, no public appearances. The press speculated. Foreign embassies scrambled. Intelligence agencies tracked every move. But while the world looked for him in Ouagadougou, he was in Bamako, Mali. There, in an underground war room shielded from drones and satellites, he met with leaders from Mali, Niger, Guinea, Chad, CAR, and Eritrea. What they discussed would soon be called Africa's blueprint for freedom, not just economic liberation, not just military cooperation, but institutional independence. They called it the NCO Charter, a declaration of sovereign governance, a system built on balance. The new continental order is not a replica of the United Nations. It rejects veto. Power. It eliminates permanent Security Council seats. It removes foreign donor influence. Instead, it operates on rotating leadership, equal votes, and continental funding pooled from gold reserves, resource trade, and voluntary contributions. From member states, its pillars, security by solidarity, African peacekeepers under African command, no foreign troops dictating policy, economic court of justice, for resolving intra-African disputes without IMF or World Bank interference, Pan-African research hubs for technology, medicine, agriculture funded by Africa, staffed by Africans, Cultural Reclamation Council,
to return looted artifacts, languages, and dignity stolen over centuries. The world responds within hours of the announcement. Panic set in. France issued a statement calling the NCO a threat to international stability. The U.S. State Department requested an emergency review of African aid packages. Germany suspended joint military training in the Sahel. But inside Africa, something else was happening. Nigeria's youth marched in support. Tanzania broadcast. Traore's speech live. South African unions called for national debate on NCO membership. Even Congo's parliament held a midnight session titled, "Is This Our Moment?" One tweet summed it up. They're afraid, not because it's chaos, but because, for the first time, Africa is organizing on its own terms. The first session, no flags, just purposite, was held in silence. No anthem, no parade, no hierarchy of power, just a round table. Under an old baobab tree in the hills outside Ouagadougou, 13 African nations sent representatives. Not all were presidents. Some were elders, scientists, trade unionists, and even war veterans. They came not with agendas, but with stories of colonization, of betrayal, of broken promises, and unbroken hope. And in that moment, the world watched the birth of something unthinkable, an African Union of Action, without Europe's permission. They discussed 6 priorities: immediate withdrawal from foreign-controlled arbitration courts, creation of a shared resource bank starting with gold and lithium, formation of an independent African news network, free from Western sponsors, deployment of African peacekeeping teams to stabilize Niger and Guinea, drafting a legal framework to prosecute colonial-era crimes, calling for a truth tribunal on foreign debt and historical extraction. Each point shook the room. Each point signaled war, not of weapons, but of narratives, of laws, and of memory. Meanwhile, in New York, at the actual United Nations, chaos brewed. African diplomats demanded an emergency session to discuss the legitimacy of the NCO. France moved to table a resolution calling it illegitimate. The US pushed for a media blackout on the summit, and British intelligence flagged Traore as a non-compliant insurgent figure. But they were too late, because the world was already watching. On African terms, a new website launched newcontinentalorder.org, broadcasting every session live in English, French, Arabic, Swahili, and Hausa. Millions tuned in. From villages in South Sudan to internet cafes in Soweto, the people finally saw Africa negotiating with itself. No translators, no condescension, no colonial hand holding. Then came the leak in anonymous African cyber activist group calling themselves Echoes of Saqqara, published 2,000 classified documents from within the UN, IMF, and World Bank, and buried within them was a single slide from a French-sponsored summit strategy, prevention strategy, Stop African Institutional Independence. Before 2030, it outlined lobbying campaigns, media disinformation, and targeted sanctions to prevent the rise of regional blocs like exactly what the NCO was becoming. The backlash was immediate. Protests erupted outside UN buildings in Nairobi, Lagos, and Accra. Traore's words echoed once more across viral videos. If we cannot trust your world, we will build our own. If we cannot speak freely in your chambers, we will speak boldly in ours. In their inaugural resolution, the NCO members voted unanimously on a single declaration. No African country shall host a foreign military base unless ratified by the people through referendum. It was a quiet line in the press, but in the war rooms of NATO, AFRICOM, and the LEC Palace, alarms went off, because across Africa, this one resolution could mean the closure of over 100 foreign bases. One NCO delegate put it simply: you cannot build freedom next to an occupier's runway. This wasn't just policy, it was continental defiance. The new continental order was no longer a dream, it was an institution, a mirror held up to the world, saying, we were never the problem, we were always the solution. Weeks after the NCO's founding session, another unexpected letter was delivered, but this time, to the United Nations General Assembly. It was signed by President Ibrahim Traore, and co-signed by 8 heads of state from the NCO. The message was direct. We formally request equal recognition of the new Continental Order as a parallel multilateral institution representing sovereign African interests. No apology, no hesitation, no subtext. And with that, the traditional gatekeepers of diplomacy, the G7, the World Bank, the UN Security Council, found themselves in an unfamiliar position, on the defensive. A senior EU diplomat was quoted anonymously: if Africa forms its own governing structure outside our institutions, we lose leverage permanently. Behind closed doors, damage control began. Africa was no longer asking for a seat at someone else's table. It was building a new building on a new continent with a new code. Just as the NCO prepared for its second summit, scheduled to be broadcast live from Bobo Dioulasso, the sabotage began. Power outages hit Ouagadougou's fiber optic network. Satellite jammers interfered with NCO media transmissions. A Trojan virus was detected inside the servers of the African Resource Exchange Bank. By midnight, Burkina Faso's communications ministry confirmed. Coordinated cyber attacks are targeting the infrastructure of the new continental order. But Traore had anticipated this. 1 year earlier, as part of Project Horizon, Burkina Faso's military engineers trained in digital warfare had built isolated encrypted relay nodes powered by solar grids. Within 3 hours, the live stream resumed. Within a month, Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger closed joint military training with France. Guinea and Chad began renegotiating mining deals with local councils. Not Western boards. Mozambique and Zimbabwe requested observer status in the NCO, and Togo, long considered a Western ally, suddenly suspended foreign debt payments, citing the need for internal review under NCO protocols. This wasn't just policy, it was continental defiance. The new continental order was no longer a dream, it was an institution, a mirror held up to the world, saying, "We were never the problem, we were always the solution." Weeks after the NCO's founding session, another unexpected letter was delivered, but this time to the United Nations General Assembly. It was signed by President Ibrahim Traore and co-signed by 8 heads of state from the NCO. Was direct. We formally request equal recognition of the new continental order as a parallel multilateral institution representing sovereign African interests. No apology, no hesitation, no subtext. And with that, the traditional gatekeepers of diplomacy, the G7, the World Bank, the UN Security Council, found themselves in an unfamiliar position, on the defensive. A senior EU diplomat was quoted anonymously, "If Africa forms its own governing structure outside our institutions, we lose leverage, permanently." Behind closed doors, damage control began. Africa was no longer asking for a seat at someone else's table. It was building a new building on a new continent with a new code. Just as the NCO prepared for its second summit, scheduled to be broadcast live from Bobo Dioulasso, the sabotage began. Cybersecurity's power outages hit Ouagadougou's fiber optic network. Satellite jammers interfered with NCO media transmissions. A Trojan virus was detected inside the servers of the African Resource Exchange Bank. By midnight, Burkina Faso's communications ministry confirmed, coordinated. Cyber attacks are targeting the infrastructure of the new continental order, but Traore had anticipated this. 1 year earlier, as part of Project Horizon, Burkina Faso's military engineers, trained in digital warfare, had built isolated, encrypted relay nodes powered by solar grids. Within 3 hours, the live stream resumed and, in a brilliant countermove, the NCO revealed footage of masked hackers traced to European contractor firms, working through third-party proxies in North Africa. The footage was leaked to the public, and across Africa, people asked the same question. If this is just a harmless dream, why are they so desperate to stop it? Traore's address to the world. Then came the moment that would be played on every screen. From Lagos to London, Traore appeared before a coalition of African journalists, and without notes, without a podium, without even a title card, spoke these words. They tried to divide us by language. They tried to separate us by borders drawn in Europe. But today, from the ashes of old empires, we speak one message in many tongues. Africa will govern itself. He continued, to those who say we are rebels, yes, we rebel, against hunger, against debt, against foreign troops who teach us peace, but bring us violence. The new continental order is not a rebellion. It is a return to memory, a return to dignity, a return to decisions made in our name, by us. The historic proposal, at the end of his speech, Traore held up a document signed in gold ink. It was the sovereignty. Protocol, a declaration ing, the following. All O member states are invited to observe or join the NCO within 6 months. African issues affecting African lives will no longer be debated in foreign capitals. A continental referendum will decide whether African countries should continue participation in the UN under current terms or withdraw and realign under the NCO framework. The hall erupted, not in cheers, but in silence, the heavy, unforgettable silence of history shifting. Asterisk, the U.S. Treasury immediately froze aid accounts to 3 NCO member states. France recalled ambassadors. NATO held a secret session titled African Realignment, Threat Scenario. The BBC aired a primetime special called Is This the End of the UN in Africa? But it was too late. The genie was out in Kenya. Parliament voted to hold public debates on joining the NCO in Egypt. Political youth forums began calling for Pan-African realignment. In Ethiopia, diplomats reportedly paused negotiations, with the World Bank citing continental reevaluation. And in South Africa, long skeptical of Traore, an influential trade union leader said on live television, "I may not like how he speaks, but I respect that he finally made the world listen." The dream is now a Mapatha NCO headquarters began construction on the outskirts of Ouagadougou. No foreign contractors, no imported materials, brick by brick. It rose, built by African hands, funded by African gold. Etched into its foundation stone were the words, "We were not born to obey, we were born to become," the call to the African Union. For years, the African was supposed to be the voice of the continent, but for Tory and the rising generation, that voice had gone quiet when it mattered most. When Mali was sanctioned, the O said nothing. When Burkina Faso expelled French troops, the O distanced itself. When the Kuru currency emerged, the O released no statement. With the new continental order gaining traction, the silence was no longer passive, it was political, and so Traore took the offensive. In a televised address ahead of the O-Midir summit in Addis Ababa, he spoke directly to the institution that had failed to lead. To our brothers and sisters at the African Union, we do not come to destroy you. We come to remind you of your purpose. If you represent Africa, then represent her people, not her funders. If you speak for justice, then speak when African voices are silenced. But if you cannot, then we will. The proposal that stunned the room at the summit, Traore's delegation delivered a sealed document to every African head of state. Inside was a draft constitution, the first of its kind in modern African history. It proposed an African People's Parliament elected by citizens, not appointed by elites. A charter of sovereign trade, banning foreign interference. In national contracts, a continental court of memory to investigate colonial crimes and seek reparations. A declaration of cultural independence, removing colonial education models and restoring indigenous knowledge. A transition timeline, a 10-year roadmap to full African self-governance outside all colonial-era institutions. They called it the Oath of Yamuya, the Pledge of Unity. One headline in Nairobi read, "Traore has brought what the O forgot, a soul." Internal divisions begin up. All leaders welcomed the proposal. Some feared it would expose their own allegiances. Others had foreign military protection they couldn't afford to lose. And a few deeply embedded in Western financial networks began plotting resistance. Leaked recordings revealed a quiet alliance forming 4 West African presidents. 1 North African intelligence chief, and 2 O insiders. Their plan, delay, divide, discredit. Delay NCO membership votes. Divide key countries by offering IMF fast loans. Discredit Traore through media and false flag operations. But they underestimated the movement's depth. Because while they schemed in hotel lobbies and foreign embassies, the streets were waking up. The people rise. In Dakar, students held sit-ins at French consulates, waving handmade NCO flags. In Lusaka, Zambian youth marched with banners reading, "We want Umoja, not IMF." In Addis Ababa, just outside the AU compound, thousands chanted, were you when our sovereignty cried?" Across Africa, a phrase began trending, from O to Anu, a quiet rebellion, not against the idea of unity, but against those who had sold it for personal gain. EO's desperate response, caught between grassroots pressure and foreign donors.
Mentirosos.
Todo esto es una estafa.
¿Por qué dices eso? ¿Qué pasa?
Con que tú eres el jefe.
EO finally responded in a carefully worded statement. They welcomed a dialogue on institutional reform, but warned against unilateral structures that risk continental division. Traore responded with clarity. Division is when the continent is ruled from abroad. ... Unity begins when we decide for ourselves. Then came the most daring move yet. The NCO's final message to nations in a symbolic gesture. NCO nations suspended participation in O economic bodies, redirecting those efforts to an independent forum scheduled to be hosted in Timbuktu. Traore's envoy delivered a message carved into wood, not printed on paper. "We will return when the O returns to Africa." The message sent shockwaves. International observers warned of an African schism. CNN ran a headline, "Is Traore splitting the continent?" But across the continent, the people knew better. This wasn't a split. This was surgery. The infected part of the system corrupted by foreign money, weakened by inaction, was being cut away so the rest of the body could heal. Asterisk the warning. Signs, they came quietly at first. A sudden rise in anti-Traore narratives. Across foreign-backed media, anonymous social media accounts pushing disinformation in multiple languages. Reports of unusual cargo flights landing at night near Faso's border, and then a leak, a whistleblower inside an ECOWAS intelligence bureau revealed a chilling document. Operation Phoenix, political transition in Burkina Faso objectives, assets, timeline. The document outlined a plan to destabilize Traore's government through protests, military infiltration, and media delegitimization under the cover of restoring democratic norms. But this was no grassroots uprising. This was foreign-funded regime change dressed in the clothes of concern. The infiltration begins within days. Protests erupted in 2 Burkina cities. Signs were in English and French, not local languages. Leaders of the protests were found to have ties to NGOs with Western sponsors. A mysterious shipment of media equipment was intercepted containing satellite jammers and surveillance drones. And then, a shock. 2 military generals attempted to defect from the high command. citing constitutional irregularities. But Traore had seen it coming. For months, his intelligence unit, codenamed Project Anvil, had been monitoring unusual movements within the ranks. Within hours, the plotters were arrested. Burkina Faso's national television aired footage of intercepted communications between one of the generals and a foreign intelligence handler. The footage went viral. The regime change mask had fallen. The response from Traoré in an emergency broadcast. President Ibrahim Traoré addressed the nation not in French, but in Moor, the native language of his people. His message, translated into dozens of languages across Africa, echoed like a drumbeat. They tried to buy our minds. They failed. They tried to break our spirit. They failed. Now, they send shadows to steal our future, and they will fail again. Let the world hear this. Burkina Faso is not up for sale. Africa is not your laboratory, and this generation will not bow. The continent responds what was meant to fracture the NCO, instead ignited it, Mali, Niger, and Guinea immediately. Deployed security consultants to Ouagadougou, Eritrea, and Chad offered counterintelligence assistance. A special NCO meeting was convened in Timbuktu, under 48-hour notice. They passed the Sovereignty Defense Pact, committing mutual protection against external regime change operations. For the first time in African post-colonial history, nations pledged not just political support, but joint military readiness to defend one another's right to self-govern. The pact included a bold clause. Any unconstitutional overthrow of an NCO member state shall be treated as an attack. On all the West world stumbles, the fallout was immediate. The African desk at the U.S. State Department was forced into emergency strategy review. French officials scrambled to distance themselves from Operation Phoenix. The EU's Africa envoy resigned suddenly. No explanation. But none of it mattered anymore, because the movement had matured beyond one man, one country, or one headline. This was no longer Traoré's rebellion. This was Africa's awakening. The dawn of new institution 6 months after its founding. The new continental order had 22 member states, a rotating executive council, a people-funded infrastructure bank with $8.3 billion in gold and resource reserves, a continental broadcasting network based in Ouagadougou, translated into 14 African languages, and now a constitution, the Oath of Yempoya, signed in full. But perhaps the most symbolic change was the quietest. At the United Nations, 7 African countries formally withdrew their permanent missions, choosing instead to recognize the NCO as their continental forum. Their offices were left empty, flags taken down, placards removed, and in their place, a message was taped to the UN doors. We are not absent, we have returned to ourselves. The final scene on the anniversary of the NCO's founding. President Traoré stood again in Thomas Sankara Square. He wore no medals, no armored guards. Just a simple cloth tunic bearing a single symbol, a baobab tree wrapped around the continent, the logo of the new continental order. He looked at the crowd, hundreds of thousands, strong, from every region of Africa, and he said, "This is not the end of colonization. It ended long ago. This is the end of permission. We will no longer ask the world to see us. We will see ourselves. We will no longer ask them to invite us. We have arrived." The crowd erupted. Drums pounded. Flags rose. The sound of sovereign joy shook the ground. And somewhere, across oceans and towers of power, the old world watched and trembled, because Africa was no longer waiting. It was leading.
There it is. Leading, no longer asking. We're going to see a major change, you guys. The black man's voice, once heard, you will sit your ass down, pay attention to what's being said, and do what you are being told. Just that simple. And I, for one, am in awe of that. But we are following in the footsteps of our ancestors. Just that simple. So let's go on to the next video. And breaking. Africa's new digital currency just shocked the world. Here's why.
A single decision made in Africa just sent shockwaves across the global financial system. A brand new digital currency, born not in Silicon Valley, not in Europe, not in China, but right in the heart of Africa, is now being called the most disruptive innovation since Bitcoin. It's decentralized, untraceable by outside powers, and backed by something no one expected. And the implications? They're not just economic. They're political. They're global. And they're unstoppable. The birth of a monetary uprising. Nairobi, Lagos, Kigali, 3 cities, 1 vision.
In a secret meeting that took place just months ago, a coalition of African tech leaders, economists, and policymakers gathered under the radar. Their agenda? To end Africa's dependence on foreign controlled financial systems, the SWIFT network, the US dollar, the euro. Instead, they proposed something radical: a Pan-African digital currency, fully blockchain-based, secured by Africa's own rare earth reserves, and powered by quantum-resistant cryptography. They called it Kajenga, Swahili for to build. Kajenga is not just a currency. It's a symbol of technological sovereignty. It bypasses central banks. It connects traders from Ghana to Kenya instantly with zero foreign transaction fees. And here's the part that shocked the world. It's 100% African owned. No IMF, no World Bank, no Western tech intermediaries. How Kajenga works. Unlike traditional cryptocurrencies, Kajenga doesn't rely on energy-guzzling mining operations. It's built on a green blockchain, utilizing Africa's booming solar infrastructure. Every transaction is validated using a proof of solar state, PSS model, the first of its kind globally. That means the more renewable energy you generate, the more validation power you earn. A farmer in Burkina Faso with solar panels, he becomes part of the blockchain. A school in Ethiopia with solar roofs, they're helping to secure the network. This isn't just inclusive finance. It's climate conscious wealth creation. But that's not what's making central banks nervous. What's really shaking them is what Kajenga is doing to the dollar. The collision course. Just days after Kajenga's soft launch, major international institutions took notice. One European finance minister warned, this threatens the stability of the current monetary order. The African Union, however, stood firm, backed by leading fintech startups in Nigeria and South Africa. Kajenga began rolling out at record speed. In-app payments for African ride-sharing apps. B2B logistics powered by Kajenga smart contracts. Cross-border banking within the AU. Faster than anything SWIFT could offer. Even more staggering, remittances from the African diaspora started flooding through Kajenga. No middlemen, no hidden fees, and no dollar conversion. In less than 60 days, Kajenga absorbed 11% of inter-African trade transactions. Global markets are rattled. Big banks are scrambling. And Africa is rising. The global fallout. Behind closed doors in Washington, London, and Brussels, meetings are being held. Not about oil, not about rare earth metals, but about Kajenga. An internal memo leaked from AG7 think tank reads, Kajenga represents not just a currency threat, it's a geopolitical rupture. We may be witnessing the beginning of an alternate economic system, one outside our influence. Major banks in Europe quietly froze partnerships with African fintech firms overnight. Visa and MasterCard slowed their API integration rollouts across the continent. Western media outlets began labeling Kajenga as unstable, untested, and even dangerous. And then something strange happened. The Kajenga blockchain was targeted by a sophisticated cyber attack, coordinated, stealthy, and highly advanced. But it didn't work. Thanks to its multi-layered quantum-resistant encryption and its decentralized validator pool spread across 14 African nations, the network remained untouched. The attempted sabotage only strengthened Africa's resolve. Public trust in Kajenga soared. Celebrities, influencers, and entrepreneurs across the continent began urging people to drop the dollar, embrace Kajenga. The African diaspora awakens. From Atlanta to Toronto, from Paris to Dubai, Africans in the diaspora saw a moment of history unfolding, and they weren't going to be left behind. Fintech apps in the US and UK started integrating Kajenga wallets. Afro-Caribbean business owners began accepting it for cross-border trade. African students abroad used it to send money back home, instantly and freely. And then came a bold move. The African Diaspora Investment Fund, powered entirely by Kajenga, was launched in Johannesburg. With it, over $1 billion in diaspora capital was pledged to African tech, agriculture, and infrastructure projects without touching a single Western bank. This was more than a financial moment. It was a cultural, digital home, and a redefinition of African identity on its own terms. New global map. With each passing week, more African nations signed onto Kajenga's network. The African Continental Free Trade Area, AFCFTA, officially adopted as an optional trade standard, igniting a domino effect across regional blocs in Asia and South America. India expresses interest in a bilateral digital trade corridor using Kajenga. Brazil opens talks to integrate AgriCoin to Kajenga swaps for food exports. And China, they begin exploring blockchain interoperability between their digital yuan and Kajenga in direct competition with the Western monetary order. Suddenly, the unthinkable is being whispered in international finance circles. Is Africa leading the world into the next financial age? Secret alliances and shadow warnings. As Kajenga's influence spreads, so does the unease in elite economic circles. At a private securities summit in Zurich, an anonymous former central banker reportedly said, "This isn't just a monetary, this is a rebellion. Africa is no longer asking for seats. They're building a new table entirely." Whispers of new alliances start to surface. Countries historically dependent on Western loans, like Argentina and Pakistan, begin secret negotiations to adopt Kajenga as a secondary reserve currency. Even Middle Eastern sovereign funds begin quiet accumulation of Kajenga tokens, betting on its long-term value. But with momentum rising, the pushback gets darker. A high-profile tech startup in Senegal, one of Kajenga's founding blockchain architects, suddenly finds itself
Hold on.
an unexplained blackout hits Nairobi's main data center, the hub for Kajenga's validator cloud. And intelligence reports suggest that false flag cyber events are being staged to discredit the system. Despite the pressure, Kajenga's architecture proves nearly indestructible. Its decentralized, solar-powered validator nodes, many hosted in rural schools, mosques, and co-ops, make it virtually impossible to shut down. And then came the speech. Day Africa spoke back in a historic address streamed across the continent. The president of the Pan-African Monetary Alliance stepped up to the podium in Addis Ababa. He looked into the camera and said, "Asterisk for centuries, our well-funded empires we did not build. Our resources power technologies we did not control. But today we declare the age of dependency is over. We are no longer the world's forgotten market. We are the world's next engine of prosperity." Asterisk. The world stopped and listened. That same week, Kajenga's market cap passed $2.7 trillion, making it more valuable than any single African fiat currency. It became the first digital currency ever used for international debt repayments between nations, bypassing traditional SWIFT rails entirely. And young Africans, they were not just watching, they were building the rise of the Code Warriors. In small innovation hubs across Kigali, Accra, Dar es Salaam, and beyond, a new generation of Code Warriors was rising. Teenagers who once watched the world from the sidelines were now deploying smart contracts that manage entire agricultural economies. A 19-year-old girl from Sudan built a decentralized crop insurance platform, fully Kajenga powered. A group of university students in Zambia launched a microloan DAO that served over 300 rural women in just 1 month. Hackathons began attracting VC investors from Dubai, Singapore, and even Silicon Valley, all wanting a piece of Africa's blockchain future. The digital currency wasn't just economic, it was cultural, it was philosophical, and perhaps most importantly, it was irreversible. The satellite gambit, it started with a single launch. From a desert base in northern Namibia, a sleek, black satellite pierced the sky, funded entirely in Kajenga, developed by African engineers, and operated by the AfroSat Initiative. It was designed with one mission, to create a decentralized financial mesh network in space, codenamed Ujamaa. 1. Swahili for Unity. The satellite bypassed Earth-based internet service providers. It enabled direct satellite-to-phone Kajenga transactions, even in the most remote villages. No middlemen, no firewalls, no surveillance. With Ujamaa, one in orbit, Africa had officially entered the space race, not with billionaires, but with visionaries. And just like that, Kajenga became the first currency in history to operate outside Earth's traditional communications grid. This was more than innovation. It was liberation. The old guard strikes back. But the old world wasn't going down without a fight. Chart increasing in Washington. Lobbyists pressure for new sanctions on African digital infrastructure. Scroll, the EU drafted emergency legislation labeling Kajenga as a strategic cyber threat. Briefcase major Western banks launch aggressive campaigns offering high-interest loans to African nations not participating in Kajenga, a modern form of financial divide and conquer. Yet, something had changed. Africa's leaders weren't begging anymore. They were backed by data, by networks, and by a new global alliance forming quietly in the shadows. Enter the Digital South Compact, an underground coalition of emerging economies from Latin America, Southeast Asia, and the Middle East, all quietly developing Kajen-compatible chains. Suddenly, the digital currency wasn't African only. It was post-Western. It was planetary. The day the markets woke up. On a quiet Tuesday, something unprecedented happened. The London Stock Exchange halted trading for 90 minutes after a major algorithm failed to calculate accurate currency pairings between Kajenga and the British pound. In New York, cryptocurrency traders noticed something strange. Bitcoin's price was dropping, but Kajenga remained steady, even climbing. Financial journalists began whispering what was once unthinkable. Is this the moment Africa becomes the center of global digital finance? Bloomberg published a cover story titled, Kajenga, the currency that refused to bow. And Wall Street, they didn't laugh anymore. They started investing. The final phase, code of a continent. From the edges of deserts to the peaks of digital skylines, a silent pulse ran through Africa's networks. Kajenga was no longer just a currency. It had become a movement, a platform, a philosophy, but it was time for its ultimate evolution. In a top secret lab beneath Cape Town's Table Mountain, engineers, philosophers, elders, and youth from across the continent collaborated on a final protocol update. It was called Kajenga Genesis, a self-governing, self-repairing system, powered by AI trained exclusively on African languages, ethics, proverbs, and oral histories. It would write and enforce smart laws, protect digital identities, and even resolve disputes, based on a blend of ancestral wisdom and futuristic precision. And on July 1st, 2030, it went live. The first autonomous African city. In a windswept corner of Ghana, the world watched as Ubuntu City opened its gates. No presidents, no police force, no traditional banking system. Only code, only community, only Kajenga. Entry into Ubuntu required one thing, a commitment to shared prosperity and a Kajenga ID, a decentralized biometric identity stored on a blockchain co-managed by the citizens themselves. Solar drones patrol the skies, not for surveillance, but for energy balance. Homes adjusted electricity loads in real time via smart meters. Children learned coding alongside farming. Trade was instant, transparent, trustless, and perhaps most beautifully, it worked. No corruption, no red tape, no broken promises. Just the people who had decided to engineer their own destiny. The new constellation. As the sun rose over the Serengeti, Ujima 3, Africa's third Kajenga-linked satellite, passed silently overhead. It beamed a message across the world, etched in the universal language of code. We are not the future. We are the now. From Wall Street to Shanghai, from refugee camps to boardrooms, the message was received. Africa had arrived, not as a subject, not as a follower, but as an architect of the new global order. And for the first time in history, the world was paying in African code.
All right, you heard it here. Now let's keep it moving. You're gonna have to excuse me because I did remove myself from the video, so I had to come back and had not stopped taping. Thank God, but I apologize for that. People who hear initially. So let's keep it moving.
In this interview, he calls out France for decades of exploitation, insults to African civilization, and the outright lies used to keep Niger in check. He exposes the hypocrisy, the racism, and the way Western powers still think they own Africa. There's no rehearsed script here, just a man telling the truth as he sees it, backed by decades of experience and frustration. You're making me smile. When I hear those final remarks, I hear a layman speaking about a subject he completely misunderstands. The campaign of aggression by France, as you rightly called it, has cultural, civilizational, and historical roots. Let's not forget, this same France proudly claims as its strategic master and grand tactician none other than Napoleon. Yes, Napoleon. He once said, and I won't repeat the exact word he used to describe Africans, because it's a word I'll never pronounce. He said, "They do not know freedom. They must always be fed the meal of servitude, of slavery, of contempt, and domination." Those words are mild compared to what Napoleon actually did. As early as 1796, he sent ships to subdue Haiti. We know how that ended. The disdain with which they approached the Haitian people was shamefully exposed when Haitians defeated and captured dozens of well-armed French ships with little more than patriotism and dignity. And remember the sacrifice Haiti made, even after that victory, to buy back their independence. Anyone who doesn't know this should read history. More recently, who could forget Nicolas Sarkozy's infamous speech at Sheikh Anta Diop University in Senegal? He said, "The tragedy of Africa is that it hasn't sufficiently entered into history." And where did he say this? At Sheikh Anta Diop University, named after the most respected African Egyptologist who proved, despite colonial denial and imperialist silence, that Egypt was an African civilization.
Le drame, c'est que l'homme africain n'est pas assez ancré en soi. Paysan africain, depuis des millénaires, vit avec les saisons, dont l'idéal de vie est d'être en harmonie avec la nature, ne connaît que l'éternel recommencement du temps, rythmé par la répétition sans fin des mêmes gestes et des mêmes paroles.
That statement by Sarkozy, to say that Africa hasn't entered history, is the ultimate insult. But let me ask, what is history, then? It shows his ignorance, because if he truly understood the meaning of history, he'd know it can't be separated from Africa. Over 5,000 years ago, when their own ancestors were still wandering, they came to Egypt to learn science and astronomy. That same Egypt left behind pyramids and architectural wonders that colonial powers have tried to disconnect from African heritage. And it was in this context that Sarkozy dared to claim Africa hadn't entered history. Then we have Emmanuel Macron. Let's not forget him. I won't even dwell on what happened in Burkina Faso. I consider that a minor incident. Because if Marc Kabore hadn't received him with all those formalities, Macron wouldn't have stood in front of Burkinabe students and joked about being their electrician. And unfortunately, those students applauded. That's where we are in Africa, but I'd rather talk about something more current. Emmanuel Macron, still in Brussels, regarding the mediation request, where he said, "Don't get involved in what's happening between the Nigerian colony and France. Niger belongs to us. We alone decide the solution." Yes, it's cultural. Even as recently as December 2023, another French official said, and I quote, "It's that little idiot, yes, I repeat, that little idiot Emmanuel Macron, who opened the eyes of Africans." That little idiot Emmanuel Macron opened Africans' eyes. If we ever lose these colonies, our sons and grandsons will become the ones migrating. Migration will reverse direction. Okay. The European Union alongside France must make sure that this African vision fails. That's what he said. He went even further. This new vision from Africans in the AES, the Alliance of Sahel States, must be defeated. If Niger, Mali, and Burkina succeed, others will follow. Macron must go. That I agree with, even if only so France can suffer the consequences. Africa has no history. The same thing Sarkozy once declared. Absolutely. Africa has no history, and therefore, in his words, Africa can't dominate the world. But Africa doesn't need anyone's permission to dominate the world, because it already has, at a time when the so-called modern world he speaks of didn't even exist, either in human or organizational form. I close that parenthesis, and that's why I say, yes, everything happening now is painful for France. It shows that our countries are not given any respect. Our countries are expected to remain colonies, to be exploited at will, which brings me to our natural resources. Beyond the visible contempt, it's our natural resources that are the real reason for France's aggression. The French understood this before the Nigerians did, starting with uranium. Yes, exploited for over 50 years since 1968. Uranium brought prosperity to France. The French understood that. But uranium brought misery and death to Nigerians. That they didn't understand. All our resources, whether in Niger's territory or in the soil of Burkina Faso or Mali, are the real target of this aggression. And it's not just from France. It's also from other Western powers who make sure that, despite the obvious reality that this has nothing to do with human rights or democracy, France continues its domination. These values, supposedly defended, are flexible. They shift depending on context and interests. So yes, this is why France is so hostile toward us. The Confederation, AES, Niger, Mali, Burkina Faso, the Confederation we created is based on three core pillars: defense, diplomacy, and development, shared without exception by our three states. On defense, we have already established a unified force. Even before it was officially created, we were conducting joint operations with Burkina Faso and with Mali. At the Confederation level, we have agreed that all decisions must result from consultation between our three states, the states of the Confederation zone. On development, we recently created the Confederal Bank of Investment and Development. So, the capital of $300 billion will be funded by the collective efforts of the Confederation. So, whether in security and defense, diplomacy, or development, the Confederation states are active. This is real. We are not stuck in sterile theory. Theory without practice is sterile. Practice without theory is blind. We aim to be neither. Within the Confederation, we combine both to achieve our goals. And that is what we are doing to answer your question. You can feel the frustration in his voice, not just as a soldier or head of state, but as an African who's watched his country get dismissed, drained, and disrespected for decades. And what's wild is nothing he said is new. These are truths our people have been shouting for generations, about stolen resources, colonial arrogance, and the way Africa's history gets erased or rewritten by outsiders. The only difference now? Leaders like Gianni are saying it with a mic in front of them, and they're not asking for permission anymore. Call him controversial if you want, but you can't say he's lying. And maybe that's what scares them. Not the guns, not the uniforms, but the truth finally being said out loud, with no fear.
Truth with no fear. That's what it's all about. Let's keep it moving. Breaking. All African presidents have agreed to start using Afro-Gold currency now. Yeah.
Breaking. All African presidents have agreed to start using Afro-Gold currency now. It's now happening. By Tapinda Mabika, Supreme Africa Breaking News. Tisu Banhu Vacha. The broke days are numbered. Welcome to Afro-Gold. Part 1. The moment we've been waiting for. Fam, it's happening. For real this time. According to new insider leaks from our guy, Chairman Shadow, the African Union has just reached a full presidential consensus. Afro-Gold, the long-debated continental currency, is no longer just theory. It's officially in motion. Test phases have already begun. And we're doing it in a simple way. In silence, in disguise, and in style. Yo, if you thought Bitcoin was deep, Wait until you see AfroGold. Part 2. Why now? Why secretly? You know Africa doesn't just wake up and announce things like America. No press conference, no CNN, no breaking news alert. This is Africa. We whisper, then shake the whole world. One AU diplomat said, if we tell them too early, they'll crash it before it starts. Gold is war, and this currency is gold-backed. It's our power move. That's why AfroGold is already rolling out, but disguised. Some of it is showing up as stimulus grants, others as local debt clearing programs, and some quietly injected into national reserves under local names. One insider laughed. You call it Zig in Zimbabwe? That's AfroGold, baby, just undercover. You call it Digital CD in Ghana? Still AfroGold, just wearing kente cloth. Part 3. What is AfroGold? The comedy explanation. Let's break it down like you're explaining it to your uncle who still keeps money in his sock. AfroGold, Africa's first unified gold-backed digital plus physical currency. Meaning, one AfroGold equals fixed value backed by real African gold reserves. It's not printed like US dollars. It's minted with value from real minerals. It can be used across borders. Yes, you can use it in Ghana, Nigeria, and even at Chicken Inn in Harare once they get the app. And here's the twist. It's also programmable, which means corrupt politicians can't just steal it. If it's meant for roads, it'll only build roads, not mansions in Dubai. Part 4. Who made this decision? Inside the vote. At a secret AU financial summit 2 weeks ago, all 55 African heads of state or their representatives cast a silent vote. According to Mama Pan Africa, one of our AU insiders, only 2 countries hesitated at first, but once they saw the model and returns, they voted yes. The unity was shocking. We're told the model was presented by the economist of Addis, who showed how AfroGold could wipe 70% of Africa's debt in 5 years. General Umoja, who warned that without a strong, unified currency, Africa will forever depend on the dollar. And Protocol Black, who proved that 4 Western banks have already been caught trying to hack early AfroGold servers. Aish, these guys were ready. Part 5, the $1.2 trillion twist, funding AfroGold. Now you remember we told you the AU discovered $1.2 trillion worth of hidden gold in the Sahel region? Guess where it's going? Directly into AfroGold reserves. The plan is simple. 40% of this gold will back AfroGold. The rest will be mined slowly to support long-term strength. No IMF, no World Bank, no begging. For the first time in history, said an AU source, Africa will print its own money using its own minerals, not approval from Europe. Now, that's gangster. Part 6, why it's being kept secret. The danger. Let's be real. Money equals war. Every time a country tries to introduce a non-dollar backed currency, something mysterious happens. Libya tried it, Gaddafi ended up, yeah. Iraq tried it, Saddam, gone. Venezuela tried, economic collapse and Netflix documentaries. So Africa's AU leaders said, let's not make noise, let's make moves. According to Chairman Shadow, if we told the West outright, we'd get sanctions, regime change attempts, assassinations, and NGOs acting confused. Instead, AfroGold will soft launch under 7 disguised currencies already in motion in 1. Zimbabwe, 2. Ghana, ECD, Kenya, Afrobond, 4. Egypt, Desert Credit, 5. Namibia, Sunvault, 6. Nigeria, Digital Naira 2.0, 7. Botswana, Pan Wallet. All of these are actually AfroGold pilot versions. Part 7. How it will be used and who will use it first. AfroGold will first serve governments, salaries, fuel deals, medical imports. Then, a digital wallet app will be rolled out to the public in 2026 after the AU transition. The app will work with biometric ID, your local bank account, or just your phone number. And if you're still on a Nokia 3310, there's USSD support for basic transfers. It's the first digital African currency built to work in the village and the city. Part 8. Comedy reactions. Africans speak out. We hit the streets. Here's what our people said. In Bulawayo, so I can send money from my farm to my cousin in Uganda using a phone? Baba, this is witchcraft or Wakanda. In Kampala, as long as my landlord accepts it, I'm good. But if I try to pay rent and he says we want dollars, I will cry. In Lagos, AfroGold? Please tell my government not to chop the gold before we get paid. In Nairobi, if this thing works, I'll name my next child AfroGold, even if she's a girl. In a crop, I just want to buy fufu with a fingerprint. Part 9, the debt-free plan, AfroGold's purpose. According to AU economic documents leaked to Sabien, Africa's external debt as of 2025 sits at over $650 billion. With AfroGold backed by natural wealth, the plan is to trade using AfroGold instead of USD, pay off dollar debts faster by freeing up local cash, export in AfroGold to countries like China, UAE, and India, already in negotiation. One AU rep said, "We don't need aid. We need fair value for our minerals and currency sovereignty." Part 10. Which countries were against it? Let's name and shame. At first, Morocco and Tunisia were skeptical. They asked, but who will manage the gold? The answer, a EU Central Bank Committee, already formed and rotating leadership every 3 years. Even South Africa hesitated, worried it would affect the rand. But after seeing how AfroGold could actually protect their reserves, they agreed, under one condition: keep the mining transparent, or we walk. AU said, done. Part 11, shadow blocks. The sabotage begins. Already, there are whispers of sabotage. A malware attack on AfroGold servers in Botswana last week. A suspicious bank memo from a French bank warning investors to stay away. An ex-AU staffer found dead, reportedly had digital plans for the AfroGold launch. Let's be clear, currency is a battlefield, and Africa just entered the war. But unlike before, we're not entering alone. We've got gold reserves, tech infrastructure, 1.5 billion people ready to ditch the dollar. Part 12, Takunda's final word. This is our moment. Fam, we may joke, we may struggle, but right now, in real time, our continent is doing something revolutionary. Not just one country. All of Africa is now operating like one economic beast. No colonial currency, no imported economic models. Just us, our gold, our rules. AfroGold is not just money. It's a middle finger to the legacy of economic slavery. And the best part? We did it quietly. Because lions don't need to announce their
middle finger.
So next time you pay school fees with an app that says AfroPay, just smile. You're part of the revolution. Call to action, Sabin family. If this moved you, don't just watch. Act like this video. Don't let the algorithm ignore Africa. Share with 5 people. That's your economic squad. Subscribe to Sabien for more bold Pan-African truth. Comment below. Do you trust AfroGold? Should your country go fully digital with gold-backed money? What do we do if they try to sabotage it? Let's go. Africa is rising. AfroGold is here. And we're not asking permission anymore. This is Takunda Mabida, still laughing, still reporting, still believing. Tisu Vanuvacha.
There you got it, you guys. We are in World War III. Economic war, political war, spiritual war, and physical war. All right, hold on. Let me get this to my brother. Okay, so we're out of here, and let's keep it moving, you guys.
Breaking. California U.S. bombs one Africa army in action? By Takunda Mabika. Supreme Africa breaking news. Tisu Vanuvacha. This is not a theory. This might be a message. Hatch Part 1. The strike nobody saw coming. It was 2:13 a.m., California time. An unusual fireball lit up the sky above an off-the-record military compound nestled deep in the Sierra Nevada foothills. Locals heard the explosion. No official statement has been made. But insiders close to global surveillance networks say this wasn't lightning. It wasn't gas. and it damn sure wasn't an accident. What if I told you it was retaliation? A silent, calculated response by Shadow Unit Zulu, the most secretive force under the One Africa Army. According to diplomatic sources embedded in 3 continents, this operation may have been triggered by a classified U.S. FURA drone strike that reportedly killed 11 African rebel leaders in a covert operation last month. The American media never covered it, but the African soil remembers. And now, maybe, someone just remembered back. Part 2. The Whispers Before the Fire. For weeks, our insiders have been receiving encrypted memos, leaked documents, and anonymous phone calls with no return numbers. They all said the same thing. Open quote. Shadow Unit Zulu has been activated. By close quote. This is the same unit previously blamed, or credited, for disabling a weapons convoy in Libya, intercepting drone signals over the Red Sea, and infiltrating a private European cyber lab believed to be spying on Afrogold. But this time, the operation crossed oceans. One encrypted message we received from Protocol Black, our longtime insider deep within the AU Security Corps, simply read, open quote, if they can strike Africans without trial or truth, then let them also learn. Africa is no longer just a location. It is a force, close quote. Part 3. What really happened in California? The U.S. Defense Department has been silent, completely. No press conferences, no leaks to their media puppets. But satellite heat signature data accessed by European observatories shows a massive heat anomaly recorded on a restricted military facility in California's rural highlands. A blackout zone. That's right. The entire region was hit with a sudden loss of radio signals, Wi-Fi, and even satellite connectivity for 3 minutes. What kind of weapon creates a signal blackout? What kind of unit can breach U.S. soil, light up a classified compound, and vanish without leaving so much as a shadow? One name keeps popping up in whispers, Shadow Unit Zulu. Hash Part 4. The motive, a forgotten attack? On the 17th of last month, multiple high-value African rebel targets were eliminated in a precision strike near the Congo-Uganda border. The missiles? American-made. The aircraft? Unidentified. But military radar suggested a stealth drone entered African airspace without clearance, released payload, and exited east. No U.S. official ever claimed it. But anonymous diplomats admitted privately, open quote, this was a preemptive strike to protect American interests. Close quote. And what exactly are those interests? Afrogold? African oil? A rising One Africa government that no longer follows Washington's orders? Whatever they were, someone clearly wasn't happy. Part 5. Revenge or warning. This California incident wasn't loud, it wasn't public, it wasn't broadcast, but the message, loud and clear. Open quote, you strike us in shadows, we strike back in silence. Close quote. It's the new language of modern war. Not bullets and borders, but power, secrecy, and silent precision. And here's where it gets serious. A second source from inside a foreign embassy in South Africa says the One Africa government issued a restricted level clearance last week titled Project Rwendo, meaning the journey. The directive? To enable strategic recalibration of external threat deterrence. No details, no maps, no public record, but it lines up perfectly with the events in California. Part 6. The Rise of the One Africa Shadow State. Remember what we've been telling you here on SABN. Africa is no longer just building roads and schools. It is building systems, military, economic, technological, psychological, and right at the center of it all is something few understand fully, the shadow state within the AU. A network of undisclosed military units, bunkers, emergency councils, and off-grid laboratories operating far beyond the scope of civilian government. Shadow Unit Zulu is only the beginning. Sources say there are now 9 fully mobilized underground units operating across continents, all reporting to a body known only as CSOC, the Continental Special Operations Command. Their goal? Protect the One Africa government from all threats, foreign and domestic, without asking for permission. Hash Part 7. What if Africa has already won the war? Let's be real. The West is panicking not because of this single California incident. No. They are panicking because of what it means. Africa now acts independently. Africa hits back. Africa no longer sends a memo. It sends a shadow. You see, for decades, African power was always public. Elections, protests, speeches, and empty threats. But now, Africa's new power is invisible. The old powers don't know who to sanction. They don't know who to drone. They don't even know who gave the order. That's real power. Part 8. Is this war? We're not saying this is World War III, but what if it's something smarter? What if this is Shadow War 1, a new kind of conflict fought through cyber strikes, elite squads, satellite blackouts, and secret retaliation, where the battlefield isn't marked by flags and uniforms, but by data, silence, and ghost movements. And the question isn't who fired the first shot, but who dared to stop kneeling. Our insider Chairman Shadow said it best last night in a private message. Open quote, Africa was once controlled by borders. Now we control wavelengths. Close quote. Part 9. America's mistake. Let me tell you what the real mistake was, brothers and sisters. It wasn't bombing the rebels. It wasn't ignoring Afro-Gold. It wasn't even mocking African unity. The mistake was thinking we wouldn't respond. They still see Africa as poor, scattered, desperate. But we're no longer begging at their embassies. We are writing our own doctrines. We're moving satellites. We're producing our own drones. We're deploying elite units that move across borders. Untraceable, unbreakable. And just like that, somewhere in California, something burned. Part 10. Final message to the world. To every global power watching this video, this is not a threat. This is a notification. Africa is not waiting anymore. You attack us in silence. We respond in echoes. You disrespect our sovereignty. We recalibrate your assumptions. And if you don't like it, too late. The future is no longer in Washington, London, or Brussels. It's moving through Addis Ababa, through Johannesburg, through Cairo, Kinshasa, and Accra. It's called Afro Power, and it doesn't knock. It doesn't wave flags. It just acts. And now you ask, was it really Africa? Did they just bomb US soil? Did they just do what nobody thought possible? We don't confirm anything, but you saw the smoke, and maybe, just maybe, you finally understood. Africa is no longer asking. Tisu Van Huvacho. This is Saban. Like, share, subscribe, because this is the war of narratives, and Africa's voice will not be silenced again.
There you have it. Fear. Power without fear is just power. But when you combine it with fear, if you even think about doing some dumb shit, you better think again. All right? Let's move. Let's keep it moving. Making good pairs. Making good pairs. One African Parliament officially opened. What they are planning next.
Break it. One Africa Parliament officially opens. What they're planning next. Supreme Africa breaking news. By Takunda Mavika, Tisu Van Huvacho. Parliament is already in session, quietly but powerfully. Part 1. Shh. The Parliament is already open, but it's a secret. Don't bother searching for this on Google. You won't find it. Why? Because the One Africa Parliament didn't open with balloons and Facebook Live. It opened with coded handshakes, encrypted passes, silent fireworks, and soldiers posing as janitors. This was not for cameras. It was for Africa's future. Our insider, Protocol Black, tells SABN that on July 24th at 4 a.m., a covert convoy rolled into a restricted zone in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. It wasn't a hotel. It wasn't a conference room. It was a high-tech underground dome codenamed Makumbusha, Swahili for museum. But trust me, nothing about this is old school. Inside, a full Pan-African legislative chamber. Welcome to the One Africa Parliament, where real decisions are being made while the rest of the world argues on Twitter. Part 2. What is this parliament really? Let me break it down like your favorite uncle at a bride. This is not your local parliament where MPs sleep through budget presentations. This is the brains of the One Africa government, the place where continental laws are drafted, debated, and locked in like 808 drumbeats. Structure? Top tier. 2 chambers, the People's Assembly and the African Senate. 670 seats, divided among elected national reps, appointed AU leaders, and youth councils, 35% under age 40. Languages, AI-powered real-time translation in Swahili, Arabic, French, Amharic, English, Yoruba, Zulu, and baby mama drama. Just kidding. Maybe. Location, deep inside an underground secure facility beneath the African Union complex, camouflaged with garden hedges and bird songs. They meet in rotating time blocks so no spy satellites can track consistent patterns. These guys are playing chess, and the West is still playing Uno. Part 3. Who's running the show? Insiders say the parliament speaker is Dr. Thandiwe Makwetu, the South African legal genius who once wrote a thesis titled Decolonize This, A Black Girl's Guide to African Law. Yup, that's the vibe. Her nickname in the chamber? Open quote, the law lioness, close quote. First words when she took the gavel, open quote, this parliament is not here to please France. It's here to protect Africa, close quote. Mic dropped. Even the AU janitor saluted. 4. The 5 bombshell bills, what they're planning next. Leaked documents obtained by Protocol Black reveal the first 5 emergency bills already in draft. 1. Afro-Gold Banking Enforcement Act. Every African country's central bank must now offer Afro-Gold accounts. If you don't, AU penalties incoming. Open quote, this means Afro-Gold just became not optional, close quote. 2. Military Unity Standardization Bill. This is like putting 55 different armies in one WhatsApp group with one admin only. Training, uniform codes, emergency alerts, all streamlined under One Africa Army protocols. No more my general, my rules. Now it's our Africa, our firepower. 3. Afrinet Sovereignty Act. You think Elon is going to control Africa's digital spine? Think again. This bill bans any foreign company from controlling Africa's internet cables, satellites, or data hubs. Afrinet is being walled off from the matrix. 4. Mineral Protection Law. All foreign mining companies must give 70% of their earnings to the AU Development Fund or get the boot. Even Chinese engineers at the Beidou launch reportedly whispered, Africa is serious now, huh? 5. Youth Leadership Activation Law. Starting 2026, 35% of all AU posts must go to citizens under 40. Old presidents started sweating. Young Africans started flossing. Part 5. The room where it happened. Who was there? We got audio from inside the chamber. Don't ask how. Here are some quotes. General in quotes. Open quote. If you want to extract oil here, you better pay us like Dubai. Close quote. Market Women's Union. Open quote. We're tired of policies that forget our tomatoes while remembering European cement. Close quote. Youth delegate from Malawi. Open quote. If there's no Wi-Fi in this parliament, I'm tweeting my resignation. Close quote. Even the snacks were legendary. Roasted maize, mini samosas, jollof canapes. French fries were banned. Colonial name. They now call them freedom potatoes.
La mayoría de las personas mayores de 40 usan ChatGPT como si fuera Google. Copiar, pegar, hacer.
Part 6. The West. Shukif. Bratzer, France, and the USA are not okay. An insider message sent to our guy in Washington reads, open quote, Africa's supreme law was bad, but this parliament means we can't divide them anymore. We're losing leverage. Close quote. Translation, they're panicking. White House staff reportedly asked, open quote, is there a way we can infiltrate their youth delegation? Close quote. France tried calling some presidents to ask for clarity. Most calls went straight to voicemail, or worse, to a hold line with a ringtone that says, Africa is not your colony by Burna Boy. Part 7. The walkout. 9 presidents said no. Yup, not everyone's on board. 9 sitting African presidents reportedly walked out during a classified session after clause number 5, youth quota, and clause 2, military merger, were finalized. One of them was caught saying, open quote, we're not ready for this. This is African revolution on steroids, close quote. But the speaker clapped back, according to leaks. Open quote, you're not ready for unity? Maybe unity is not ready for you, close quote. Back in one of those countries, university students are already marching in protest. One banner read, open quote, we want Afro-Gold, not your old gold, close quote. Part 8, African Twitter lost its mind. Bro, here are the top trending hashtags today. One Africa legislates, youth power now, buy colonial rules, Wakanda conference, tweets on fire, at TechSavage254. Open quote, can the parliament also make it illegal to sell land to China near our beaches? Asking for a cousin, close quote. Open quote, I nominate Trevor Noah to be official parliament comedian, close quote. At Zim Takes No Nonsense, open quote, if you walked out of the One Africa parliament, don't walk back in when the Jollop is ready, close quote. Part 9, the real plan, what's coming next? According to leaked documents marked a strategic rollout confidential level 7, Here's what's already scheduled. October 2025. Full transition of regional blocs, ECOWAS, SADC, EAC, etc., into the One Africa Political Council. February 2026, Pan-African referendum on free movement, digital citizenship, and Afro-Gold-only trade laws. April 2026, African Supreme Court headquartered in Kigali. July 2026, One Africa government to begin issuing Pan-African diplomatic passports. And most shockingly, December 2026, launch of the One Africa presidential term system, rotating 4-year executive power across regions. Part 10, Comedy Break, Trending Parliament Jokes. One Africa Parliament? Watch your president suddenly pretend to be youth to qualify again. They said no foreign tech in Afronet. Even my phone charger got nervous. If your country's MP doesn't know the capital of Mali, do not let him vote on continent-wide policies. A US senator asked if Afro-Gold was a cryptocurrency. Someone give that man a cassava slap. Part 11, the secret operations in place. Security is being handled by the Shadow Unit Zulu, elite AU soldiers disguised as delivery men, florists, and interns. CCTV footage shows one of them sneaking a full cabinet meeting transcript using a flower bouquet drone. Rumor is the parliament has its own AI surveillance system named MAMA, short for Monitoring African Misbehavior Algorithm. MAMA's job, open quote, detect betrayal before it reaches the microphone. Close quote. Part 12, Takunda's final word. Our laws, our land, our legacy. Africa, let me tell you this. While others were busy mocking us on late night TV, while investors were plotting new mining scams, while old powers whispered they're too divided, we were building a parliament without colonizers, a parliament without puppets, a parliament for us. This is not about bills and clauses. This is about finally acting like the 1.5 billion person powerhouse that we are. You won't find this on CNN. You won't read it in the Financial Times. But here at SIBN, Tisu Vanhu Vacho, we don't just report history, we leak it. Call to action, SBN family. Like this video if you believe Africa has the right to write its own laws. Comment below. What law do you think the parliament should pass next? Share with every African who still thinks unity is just a dream. This is happening. Now, subscribe to Supreme Africa Breaking News for uncensored truth they don't want you to know. Takunda Mabika out, but we still legislate.
All right, let's keep it moving. Now that was interesting. So let me give you a little bit of, I apologize for what happened in the beginning. I took myself off. Now it came right back on. I wasn't paying any attention. But anyway, we got to stick together, you guys. That's it. Don't make this shit hard. White folks fear us. We have no fear for these motherfuckers that grow tails, that have no sense, that have no ability, that have no nothing. White folks are mediocre at best. Fuck 'em. So let's keep it moving. Let's see where we are. This is 8 minutes, and I'll be back. And this is what the world knows white folks to be. They ain't shit. Let's keep it moving.
With Europeans. Words like plague and colonizer, maybe, but not blessed. And the cell phone in my hand came from China. So I don't know if you're referencing Steve Jobs or Martin Cooper or the Finnish inventor who created the first pocket-sized telecommunication device in 1917, and you probably don't know either because your education system has left you terribly ignorant and without the critical thinking skills necessary to effectively gather information. Because you believe that most great inventions can be attributed to one white person, as opposed to recognizing that the patent system is how white people colonize intellectual property. We would not have cell phones if it wasn't for the creation of the gamma electrical cell by black inventor Henry T. Sampson. And most of our cell phones would not have microphones in them if it wasn't for the particular microphone that was created by black inventor James Edward West. The creation of the first digital network,
1G was launched in Japan, and then Black electrical engineer Jesse Russell pioneered the creation of 2G, which launched in Finland first. 3G launched in Japan, 4G launched in Norway, 5G launched in South Korea, and 30% of the world's cell phones are manufactured in China. Because we, of the global majority, recognize that collective humanity has the ingenuity and creativity of one another to thank, whereas a lot of European Americans are laboring under the delusion that the rest of us have white people to thank. And it's this narcissistic ignorance that causes people like you to do embarrassing things, like leaving comments about Europeans and cell phones on a video about systemic anti-Black in the United States. And while that could be written off as a comedic and senile non sequitur, we recognize it as a desperate attempt to center yourself in a conversation that has nothing to do with you. The irony being that white people like to say not all white people and that shouldn't be held accountable for the misdeeds of their ancestors, yet they want to be associated with the greatness of the things that they think they invented.
The way she's gathering them calmly and eloquently busting their bubbles, coming in with the facts and educating, I'm here for it. The tides are turning and we are turning fast, and everybody's seeing their BS and calling it out. Not only can we even see this BS, we can smell it because this BS reeks. It has been reeking for centuries now. Unsurprisingly, it's hard for them to believe or accept what's happening right now, but quite frankly, it's the inevitable. These folks lie to themselves so much to the point where they believe their lies. So now that people are coming out with the truth and revealing history that they would rather stay hidden, they don't know how to react, because the very idea of their false superiority that they have held on to for hundreds of years now is being shattered in front of their eyes, and there is absolutely nothing they can do about it because the truth is the truth. My favorite quote has become the saying, nothing lasts forever. It's going downhill very fast for these folks. In Nigeria, we have this saying in Pidgin that goes, when breeze blow, fowl yansh to open. If I should closely translate that to English, it would be, there is nothing hidden under the sun. Back by breeze shall God they blow, and we are witnessing the fowl yansh open in real time.
Are you interested in meaningful connections? Try this platform. Here you may find new remote.
Oh boy. So, John Michael Kohler was an American who invented the bathtub in 1883. But let's think about this critically. Do you really think that nobody took a bath until John Michael Kohler invented the bathtub in 1883? Doesn't make a lot of sense, right? So what he was talking about is the fact that Africans introduced bathing and the concept of personal hygiene to Western Europe in order to build a healthier society during the 800-year occupation of Spain. In particular, a man by this name introduced the practices of bathing, shaving, and using toothpaste, as well as drastically improving the eating habits of Western Europeans. Additionally, the first recorded history of people taking baths was in India in 500 BC. A lot of us have gotten used to how little history some people like you know, particularly where it comes to anything not Eurocentric. However, I have a tip. Before you make a comment like this, do a quick Google search for whatever you think the topic at hand is. In this case, who invented bathing or who introduced bathing to Europe, and then decide whether you still want to make this comment.
The fact that this commenter is desperately holding on to, oh, we created backup, don't take it away from us, we did that. I'm just here like, these folks don't even bathe like that though. There is a plethora of videos online of them admitting to the fact that they don't bathe like that.
I don't say we avoid bathing, but we bathe very rarely.
Oh my god, I'm so happy that you're talking about this.
Yeah.
She didn't have a bath.
Yeah, like we didn't bathe her for the first whole part of her childhood, and like now we basically bathe her if she asks for it because it's fun, or she's exceptionally dirty.
We really wanted to keep.
Say what? These motherfuckers. If you are following these motherfuckers, you are getting the wrath of God. See, this is the reason why we have to delineate from these fucking animals. The animals. Period. We civilized these motherfuckers 3 times. They still don't get it. Let's continue.
Her skin microbiome.
as healthy and intact.
Now that you guys are saying this, that makes a lot of sense to just like let it be. And I feel like as a mother too, you have intuition to know when they need a bath.
Everybody knows it's that time of the month again where baby Indy gets his monthly shower.
So how do you invent something that you don't even use? And these folks have the capacity to talk about how we are dirty. In Africa, we bathe 2-3 times a day.
I'm not going to do it.
Well, you're just anti.
I'm not black. I'm not going to go wash my legs and feet.
You think that's just a black people thing?
Clearly.
Well,
the only one here who took the day off washes his legs and feet. No, I don't think it's a black thing. I think using a washcloth is for poor people, but I don't think that washing your legs and feet is for black people.
I agree. I think the washcloth is a poor person thing. Because
I've only met poors who use them.
And this right here, guys, is the superior race. Every day they shock us on the internet. Imagine saying a tool for cleaning up is for poor people. He mentions washcloths, but in Africa we use sponge. We bathe before going to bed, wake up in the morning, bathe again, even though you spent the last couple of hours sleeping on the bed and you did nothing, you still have to bathe in the morning. Then in the afternoon, if we come home, we bathe. In the evening again, before going to bed, we bathe. And we do that every single day. Watching these people so proudly talking about their lack of hygiene is something.
Hey friends, it's late and I'm tired. Could somebody else please tell this commenter how backwards they've got it? That the medieval ages was something that happened specifically in Europe. It didn't happen around the world because Europe was not doing very well after the fall of the Roman Empire. And that's not to say that there weren't great things that happened in Europe between the 4th and 15th century, but there are large portions of the European population that without the intervention of non-white people like the Moors, who taught them to not sleep with their animals, not drink stagnant water, and practice hygiene, would have been wiped out by the plague. So it's really more that white people needed non-white people to pull them out of the medieval ages. And then given what some European countries started doing in the 15th century, some of us don't think it was the right decision. Okay, I'm going to bed.
Sometimes I wonder, I really think about it, like, what would the world have looked like right now? What kind of a world would we have been living in right now if we had just left them the F alone and let the plague do whatever the plague wanted to do?
I do get labeled woke by the wrong people a lot, but that is actually really easy for me to ignore because it's kind of funny for several reasons. The first of which is, as you said, the whole woke mind virus thing is BS. The other thing is the people who would use woke as an insult tend to be the people that woke is not for. The concept of wokeness having originated with Marcus Garvey and the term woke having been appropriated from Black people, when white conservatives call me woke as an insult, it's just funny because it's not for them to call anybody woke. The other thing is that wokeness is only an insult to them. It's not an insult to me. When Black people say that I'm woke, that's a high honor. So white conservatives do it because it's the only way that they have to dismiss the things that I say that they don't like, because it is well informed and it is important and it's about dismantling white supremacy culture, and they don't like that. If they were agreeing with me, then I would have to be worried. And the other thing that's weird to me is, what does it say about a group of people who think that woke is a bad thing, who take pride in being asleep? And their pride in ignorance and narrow-mindedness does show. So as I tend to tell them, if you're going to take pride in your ignorance, don't pretend like you know something.
Boom. Okay, so this one is, they didn't know Africa got nuclear weapons? The true AU mafia. Here we go, you guys. You just don't know what the hell is going on in Africa and what that means. This is it. This is Black Power Rising. Black superiority, Black dominance, Black superior. White folks are dumb. Let's go.
Breaking. They didn't know Africa got nuclear weapons. The True AU Mafia by Secunda Mabika. Supreme Africa breaking news. Tisu Vanhubacha. This is the untold power they never wanted you to imagine. Part 1. What really backs power in this world? Let's begin with a question for every brilliant African thinker watching this. What gives real value to a currency? Governance? Gold? God? No, not really. When you peel back all the sweet economic theories and Hollywood distractions, you discover one hard truth. Fear. Fear backed by military force. That is what backs the US dollar. They don't teach this in schools, but the world's strongest currency is not gold-backed, and it's not supported by farming oil production. It's backed by war plans. The United States has the most powerful military in the world, and with it, they don't just defend their interests, they define value. So here comes the twist, ladies and gentlemen of Africa. If the American dollar is protected by nuclear submarines and drone strikes, what protects Africa's sovereignty? Keep that question in your mind. Part 2. America's currency is a war strategy. America owes over $34 trillion. That's more money than its entire economy produces. Now pause for a second. How can a country owe more than it even makes? Because America prints money into existence, then uses military dominance to give that money meaning. In other words, the USD is just paper until a US aircraft carrier shows up at your shore. It's not about economics. It's about power. The rest of the world bows to the dollar because they know what follows that green paper. Warships, CIA coups, sanctions, drones. This is not a conspiracy. It's history. They bombed Libya. They sanctioned Zimbabwe. They surrounded Iran. Every time a country challenges the USD or talks gold, they get targeted. So again, we ask, what's Africa doing to protect its new financial sovereignty, Afrogold? Part 3, the AU Mafia and silent infrastructure. Now let us tell you something nobody wants to admit. Africa has kings. Yes, we have presidents and elections. But deep in the shadows of the AU, we have kings. Powerful minds, builders, philosophers, warriors who survived colonization, coups, and chaos. And they are not stupid. They saw what happened to Gaddafi. They watched what the West did to leaders who dared to challenge the monetary status quo. So what did they do? They stopped talking and started building in silence. Fiber optics were laid, satellites launched, deep bunkers constructed, a continental army formed, and something else, something no one dares confirm. Not on camera, but the whispers, the flight patterns, the uranium deals, the underground labs, they speak volumes. Part 4, power dynamics redefined. There are two types of leaders in this world. Destroyers who seek to dominate, builders who seek to create. Africa chose to be the latter. We want peace, we want growth, we want our people to eat, dream, live. But don't confuse peace with weakness. You cannot build a new world order without protection. And while the West flexes its guns, Africa has been perfecting chess moves.
You heard that, a new world order. You cannot build a new world order. That means black.
And quote, what if I told you there were AU bunkers in 6 countries equipped with next-generation shielding systems? What if I told you some African labs are now operating at defense clearance levels previously only known to NATO nations? What if I told you the African Union created a special threat contingency council with power above even the One Africa Parliament? Close quote. But I'm not saying that. I'm just wondering aloud. Part 5. Let's talk Afrogold again. We're in the age of Afrogold, a currency backed by gold and real African production. And when you back money with value instead of violence, you threaten the entire system. Because the Western world depends on your fear. Fear of military invasions, fear of instability, fear of starvation. But what happens when Africans are no longer afraid? What happens when we build our own justice system, our own trade networks, our own satellite internet, our own intelligence?
Our own justice system, satellite, internet. Now you see the picture? Now do you see the picture?
Drones? What happens when we wake up and stop asking for permission? I'll tell you what happens. The world panics, and some start to ask, open quote, wait, is it true? Did Africa finally? No, they wouldn't. Close quote. Would they? Part 6, leaks, rumors, shadows. Let me tell you what our Insider Protocol Black said. Open quote. There are 5 countries. Each controls one part of the system. If one falls, the others activate. It is continental self-defense, not aggression. But once activated, the response is irreversible. Close quote. Now, I won't tell you what system he meant. Was he talking about cybersecurity, a satellite defense shield, or something far more? Explosive? We don't know. All we know is this. Since the announcement of Afrogold and the One Africa government, foreign intelligence agencies have been flooding African soil. Every president who supports AfroGold is being tracked. Every African journalist telling this story is being watched. And still, the plan continues because no one can stop an idea whose time has come. Part 7, the philosophy of power. Here's what they don't get about Africa. We believe in something deeper than fear. We believe in truth, in justice, in dreams that are shared. The AU Mafia is not a gang. It is a philosophy. It says, we will not be bullied. We will not be bought. We will not be bombed. We will build in peace, but with a sharp eye on history, because power is not evil. It is neutral. It's how you use it that matters. And we, the people of Africa, are tired of being used. So we took power back, quietly, strategically, respectfully. And now the world wonders, what else do they have? Part 8, final message to the world. To every superpower watching, don't mistake our silence for sleep. Don't mistake our dancing for foolishness. We know what time it is. We see how you guard your dollar with tanks. We see how you call peace destabilizing when it's not your version. And now you see Africa rise. Not with noise, but with clarity. Not with war, but with will. Not with threats, but with truth. And yet, some of you are afraid. Why? Maybe it's not what Africa said. Maybe it's what we didn't say. After all, we never confirmed anything, but you saw the look in our eyes. Closing words. This is Supreme Africa breaking news. This is not a theory. It is an awakening. No one can stop what is coming, because what's coming is already here. Tisu Banhu Bacha.
All right. So we're closing it down. Have you heard what just happened? One Africa rising. Keep it moving.
55 nations. Yes, every recognized African government, vote, has made the historic decision to unite under one vision, a one Africa government. This is more than politics. It's a revolution in identity, a leap forward for global black power, and a door swinging wide open for the African diaspora. Let's break
Global
it down.
black power.
Imagine
global black power. It is here, it's just getting stronger every day.
1.4 billion people across a vast continent rich in resources, culture, and talent, no longer fragmented by colonial borders or divided agendas. One powerful voice in global diplomacy. One integrated market where trade flows without borders. One set of rights protecting you as a member of the global African family. And a new citizenship model that welcomes back the descendants of the ancestors, Stoli. They were forced to build a country not their own. Yes, you can come home. African Americans are landing in Africa, meeting partners, building homes, creating businesses. Can you imagine? This is what our ancestors dreamed of, and we can live it. For African Americans, this is the invitation of a lifetime. We fought to be seen in America. We've marched, built, bled, and believed. But even today, we are battling exclusion in inmate, economic, political, and cultural. While the U.S. deconstructs DEI, restricts curriculum, and silences truth, Africa is offering inclusion, ownership, and belonging. You can live, work, and build in any of these 55 nations under a common policy. You can invest in infrastructure, green energy, technology, and culture as a partner, not just a visitor. You can reconnect with your ancestral legacy while creating generational wealth. This isn't just Pan-Africanism in theory. Gold and minerals are being discovered all over the continent. African nations are claiming the riches that God bestowed upon us. Africa is stepping into a new millennium as America perishes. Don't perish with America. To come home. This is a functional, actionable, future forward ecosystem of empowerment. Our family is gathering at home in Africa, sharing a meal and laughter. Smart green villages are being built. Youth are innovating, and cultural heritage across Africa is blossoming. Now, let's be real. Imagine our young black children can be inspired by a united Africa. The U.S. isn't going to hand us equality, but Africa, she's saying, come build it with us. If you've ever wondered when the shift would come, if you've ever dreamed of a way to reclaim your power, this is it. The unification of Africa is the beginning of something bigger than any one of us. It's ours to claim. Hit the like button and subscribe to Essence of Success for You.
All right. Keep it moving. We're making good pace. Breaking. One African government sets its first nuclear plant. Africa becoming a nuclear power.
Breaking. One Africa government sets its first nuclear plant. Africa becoming a nuclear power? By Takunda Mabika, Supreme Africa Breaking News. Ihishu. This is not gossip. This is global power shift. Part 1. Africa just went nuclear. Ladies and gentlemen, my fellow Africans and Supreme SABN family, the time for Third World is over. According to explosive new intel from our AU insider. Chairman Shadow, One Africa government has officially begun construction of its first nuclear power plant. Not theoretical, not a blueprint, not a conference in Addis with muffins and microphones. The plant is real. The ground has been broken. The radiation suits are out. Welcome to the age of nuclear Africa. Part 2. Location. Guess where it is? Now here's where it gets juicy. The plant is not in South Africa, not in Egypt, not even in Nigeria. The first One Africa nuclear facility is being built in Burkina Faso. Yes, I said it. The land of Ibrahim Traoré, the revolutionary zone. According to Chairman Shadow, the decision was strategic. Burkina Faso is seen as the heart of Africa's new independence. Choosing it sends a message to the world. Africa will rise from where they least expect. And that message? Boom. Part 3. Who's funding this madness or greatness? So where is the money coming from? Let me take you inside the smoke-filled rooms of African diplomacy. According to Mama Pan Africa, another trusted AU insider, China is not funding this. America is not even allowed to bid. Russia? They offered, but Africa declined. Instead, this nuclear plant is being built using Afro-gold-backed loans from the One Africa Reserve Bank, technical engineers from Algeria, Egypt, Kenya, and Tanzania, security support from Shadow Unit Zulu, yes, the elite AU intel group we told you about. This is a 100% Pan-African project. No outside strings, no IMF snooping around, no foreign press invited. Part 4. Why now? Let me answer like a true African uncle at a funeral. You can't light candles forever. Electricity has been Africa's silent killer. No power equals no progress. No power, no jobs. No power equals no hope. The AU's new constitution, set to launch officially in February 2026, promises equal energy access for all African nations. And to power the dream of a united Africa, you need nuclear. Chairman Shadow said, if you want a united currency, smart cities, high-speed trains, 24/7 hospitals, and AI labs, then forget diesel generators. You need gigawatts. You need fusion. You need fire from the atom. Part 5, Western Meltdown. They're not laughing now. As soon as whispers of the African nuclear plant reached the Pentagon in Brussels, emails started flying faster than Elon Musk's satellites. One leaked EU memo read, "If one Africa becomes a nuclear power bloc, it will shift global alliances permanently. Hybo, let them panic. The West once mocked Africa for using firewood. Now we're splitting atoms. Tell CNN to report that." Part 6. But wait, is this for energy or missiles? Let's address the elephant in the control room. People are asking, is this really for electricity? Or is one Africa trying to build bombs? Our insider, General Umoja, former peacekeeping commander turned AU security advisor, clarified. This project is strictly civilian, monitored by the Continental Science and Energy Authority. All power generation, no weapons, no uranium enrichment for warheads. That's non-negotiable.
Drinking warm water before bed helps release fat while you sleep. Apparently thousands of people are already doing this.
But let me tell you what the people on the street are saying. Energy today, missiles tomorrow. Who knows? Let them fear us for once. If Israel, Pakistan, and France can have them, why not us? Calm down, Africa. Let's build the fridge before the flamethrower. Part 7. What will the plant do exactly? According to plans leaked by Protocol Black, our favorite tech whisperer inside AU encrypted servers, the nuclear plant will 1. Generate 2.5 gigawatts of electricity, enough to power 10 capital cities. 2. Supply Africa's smart defense grid with stable energy. 3. Support AfroNet, Africa's upcoming independent internet. 4. Run medical isotope production for cancer treatment centers. 5. Train the next generation of African physicists. It's not just a power plant. It's a pan-African university, labs, defense node, and export hub all in one. Part 8. Nuclear safety. Are we ready? Let's not be naive. Nuclear power is not like cooking sadza. One wrong move and you've got Chernobyl with jollof rice. So what's the safety game plan? General Umoja says the AU has deployed continental safety teams from Tunisia, Ghana, and South Africa, built a 30 kilometers exclusion zone with high-level clearance, signed protocols with the International Atomic Energy Agency. Also, Saben confirmed that the plant uses fourth-generation fail-safe reactors, the kind that can shut themselves down even if the power fails. Good. We don't want ZESA trying to manage this thing. Part 9. Presidents react. Unity or jealousy. You'd think all African presidents would celebrate, right? No, some are thrilled. Ramaphosa. Africa must control its energy destiny. Ruto. We are ready to send Kenyan engineers. Sisi. Let Egypt support with our experience. Others are secretly grumbling. Cameroon reportedly upset they weren't chosen. Museveni allegedly called it a Burkinabe ego stunt. Morocco wants the next one built in North Africa. Hey, it's okay. First step is unity. Next step is rotation. We can all glow together. Part 10. Is this the first of many? Yes. According to insiders, this is plant 1 of 10. 10 nuclear plants will be spread across the continent over 15 years. West Africa, Burkina Faso. East Africa, likely Kenya or Ethiopia. North Africa, Egypt or Tunisia. Central Africa, possibly Chad or Congo. Southern Africa, Botswana or Mozambique. The AU wants every region of Africa to own the atom, not just for power, but for equality. Power equals sovereignty. Part 11, Comedy Corner, African Reactions. You know we had to hit the streets. Here's what the people are saying. In Lagos, we still have potholes that eat cars, but now we want nuclear? Good luck. In Harare, as long as they don't connect it to ZESA, I'm fine. In Luanda, if it explodes, will it reach Brazil? In Nairobi, I hope it can also cook ugali faster. That firewood is not romantic. In Bamako, let's name it Plant of the People, because when it explodes, it's all of us. African humor is undefeated. Part 12, Takunda's final word. We control the fire now. Listen, my people, we are not burning candles anymore. We are burning uranium. Africa is moving from victims of colonization to engineers of civilization. Let the world watch in awe. Let them fear, but let us stay humble and wise. This is not about war. This is about light. This is not about bombs. This is about brilliance. When a continent of 1.5 billion people decides to power itself, guess what happens? No more begging, no more load shedding, no more foreign aid with strings. Just one Africa, lit up, proud, and finally in control of the switch. Call to action. Sabin family, if this news made you feel powerful, do this now. Like this video if you're proud to be African. Share it with 3 kings or queens in your circle. Subscribe to Supreme Africa Breaking News. Comment below. Should one Africa go nuclear or stick to solar? Which country should host the next plant? Is Africa finally becoming unstoppable? Let's talk, let's laugh, let's light it up. Tisu Bantu Bacha. This is Takunda Mabiga, still reporting, still defending Africa, still laughing through it all. SABN, out.
All right, we're coming up on the 4-hour mark, so I'm okay. Another half an hour. Let's get out of here and keep it moving, you guys. This is incredible. This is the top leading scientists, astrophysicists in the world telling you that Africa's rise to global power is forever. Hold on, let's see where this is. This is 18 minutes. Oh shit. Oh no, I put this here. Okay, so I only got 2. So let's get at it.
Africa with the resources that are built in just to the land and the people and the diversity, I don't see why Africa wouldn't lead the world for millennia to come. My read of history tells me nothing in principle will prevent that. Look what China did. It wasn't many decades ago before the stereotype of the Chinese peasant working in the field. That was kind of true. China decided we're going to redouble our interest in science and technology and engineering and math, and they sent their people abroad to get educated. Initially they would stay, then they came back. Now they educate their own people.
This is a small extract of a shocking, yet powerful conversation between Neil Tyson and Migat Wade on why Africa might lead the world in the future. His last statement blew my mind. Let's listen to the rest of the conversation.
Do you believe that Africans can become more prosperous in this century?
Oh, but definitely. When I look over the history of, before 1910, the United States was kind of a backwoods farmland country. We had a couple of big cities, but they were kind of smelly and dirty, and they were not very sophisticated, not like London or Paris, for example. And the country was built within a century to become a leader in the world in science and technology because there was values placed on research and engineering and math, the STEM fields. Okay, so and that happened within a century. Before then, Europe basically led the world. All right, they embraced science and technology early. All right, the Industrial Revolution hit them first. And that fueled their power over the rest of the world, okay? A lot of it was work towards health and security and wealth, but the rest was like hegemony, okay? That's how they chose to use their power of influence and wealth. You go back 1,000 years, the golden age of Islam out of Baghdad. Major advances in science and engineering, astronomy and medicine. 2/3 of all, in navigation, 2/3 of all stars in the night sky that have names have Arabic names, traceable from that period. You go back thousands of years before that, you have Egypt as one of the greatest cultures civilizations has ever seen. The pyramids were the tallest structures, stable structures, to exist in this world until the Eiffel Tower. Okay? So, all I'm declaring here is no one country, no one region has eternal rights to leading the world. It's a combination of how enlightened is your leadership, how what are the motivations for doing so, and they can easily happen within a century. Africa, with the resources that are built in just to the land and the people and the diversity, I don't see why Africa wouldn't lead the world for millennia to come.
¿Qué tal si obtienes tus tarifas de embarque calculadas en 30 segundos? ¿Qué tal si usas Quick?
Yeah, facts. But I have to stop right there because it forgot to say and to talk about all these civilizations. They took what all the people did before them. Okay? Americans took what European did. Europeans took what the Arabs and the black did. The Arabs took what the blacks did in Egypt. You see? That's the thing. Because you need to trace where everything comes from. You know what I mean? For example, we know that all the Greek and the Romans, they all went to study in Black Egypt because Egypt was the first and the greatest civilization we have seen on this planet. Okay? So, all this knowledge that we have nowadays, you can trace them back to Egypt. And before Egypt, Kush, which now we call Sudan. Okay, Meroe. All those ancient African civilizations were the pioneers of everything we have today. Math was created in Africa, okay, 20,000 years ago, and the world was fully black. There were no white, no Asian, no Arab, no nothing, only black. And black people were doing math in Congo. Okay, so the pyramids, there's more pyramids in the Sudan, which is in the south, the heart of Africa, than it is in Egypt. That's to show you that everything started in the south. Okay? In Egypt, they started doing math, geometry, trigonometry, everything. And the Greek went there to study and they created all they created, but they used African knowledge. The Roman did the same thing. They colonized the Greek and then they went back to Africa to take the knowledge. Then the Arabs did the same thing. The Arabs went back to attack Egypt and they get the knowledge. The Jews did the same thing. Okay? Then the Arabs and the black people, they went to Spain and Portugal and South France. This is what you call the Moorish Empire. Okay? Black and Arabs taking over Portugal, Spain, Italy, south of France. They brought the knowledge. They brought the Greek studies, the Greek philosophy written in Arabic. And the Europeans started to learn Arabic and they started to translate from Arabic to European language. And they went back to Greek and Latin. And then they became the superpower. And then they did not do good things with that power. They wanted to colonize, enslave people. You see, that's the difference. Then the Americans came in, they did the same thing, became superpower.
That's not what happened. You're trying to make it, if I'm hearing it correctly, you're trying to make the Arab to be white people. They weren't white. It was a black on black crime. The true Arabs were black. But let's continue.
And started to colonize, started to creating wars everywhere. That's the difference between Africans and Arabs and the white people. African created knowledge for the people, to help people, and they never enslaved nobody, no other race, no nothing. They shared the knowledge, they welcomed the people on the continent. Then when the Arabs...
And I don't know what fucking history book are you reading from. The word slave comes from the word Slavic, the Slavic Indo-European people. They have always been enslaved to black people. I don't know what the fuck are you talking about?
Took the power, they started to enslave the people. When the white people took the power, they started to enslave people. When America took the power, they started creating wars everywhere, going everywhere. That's the difference. Of course, Africa is going to be a superpower in the future.
And so, yeah. And with the United States just looking from the sidelines. That's my read of history tells me nothing in principle will prevent that. Look what China did. It wasn't many decades ago before You know, the stereotype of the Chinese peasant working in the field, that was kind of true. Okay? China decided we're going to redouble our interest in science and technology and engineering and math, and they sent the people abroad to get educated. Initially, they would stay, then they came back. Now they educate their own people. Okay? They don't have to learn their science and engineering in other countries. They do it in-house, in the country. So China says we're going to put a person in orbit, bada bing. They put a person in orbit. We're going to build a space station, bada bing. So we're going to put people on the moon. That spooked us. We haven't been on the moon in 50 years, and all of a sudden, hey, let's put people on the moon. It's kind of the right time. Well, why is it? Oh, China is doing it. All right. So we're seeing a shift in science and technology to China. And so I don't see why things can't shift to Africa.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much. It's overdue. Thank you so much. Neil, is there anything that you wanted to bring up but we didn't get to bring up?
Yeah, just a simple thing. A lot of what I shared with you are derived from thinking that went into the Starry Messenger cosmic perspectives on civilization, or what I shared with you in that book. And so in there, it's fully footnoted, and there's precision in the communication. Even if especially when we were talking about Republicans and Democrats, it's numerically accurate in those. You know, how many states out of 10 were red or voted blue, who went one way or another, which presidents had which budgets. It's all in there. So I invite those who never felt comfortable assigning someone else's political platform to their own views. The chapter in that book called Conflict and Resolution is all about how to apply your own rational thinking to information so that you can decide you are your own individual.
Yes.
Which we all are, ultimately.
Ultimately. Now, this has been really fun, Neil. I knew I could count on you to, just take things back from a more fair way and view of looking at things. It doesn't matter where people land in terms of, in the end, what they perceive to be. I think at the end of the day, there's just a process that needs to be had. So
excellent, and thank you for noting that. And like I said, what we have seen in the last 300 years is that science and technology brings nations out of poverty. So it's a matter of bringing more science and more technology to Africa, even though it's hugely agricultural, of course. Even agriculture benefits from applications of science and technology in ways that would not have otherwise been possible. So, yeah.
No single nation has eternal rights to lead the world. What stops Africa, a continent with unmatched resources and untapped potential, from leading the world?
Shout out to African help of the video. Yeah, it's a fact. Africa will lead the world just like anyone else. And don't forget that Africa did the first in the past. So we were the first to pray, to speak, to walk, do the math, to travel overseas, to do agriculture.
I'm gonna cut it here because this guy just mumbling. He don't know what the fuck he talking about. The historical significance of our people, and he wanna be high class, no class motherfucker. We call white folk. So we're gonna keep it moving, and this is the last one. This one is gonna take us a little bit over 4 hours, but that's cool. Traore launches Africa's first sovereign digital currency. Goodbye to the dollar. But the dollar doesn't have anything back in it. I'll be right back.
Burkina Faso pressed one button, and the global financial order cracked. They controlled it all. The loans, the aid, the currency you carried in your pocket. From Washington to Paris, every transaction flowed through them. But then came a name. They couldn't silence Traore. He already kicked out the World Bank. He destroyed the IMF's last hope. But now, no more begging, no more debt. Just code, gold, and power. He's doing the unthinkable. A new currency, African-built, African-backed, African-owned. No foreign signatures, no dollar dependency, no IMF strings. It's called Kuru, and it's not just money. It's a revolt in your wallet. This is not a token. It's our truth. And from this day forward, we will never trade our freedom for foreign paper again. Youth coding the system, gold being stored, flags waving. This is the moment the West feared. A sovereign digital currency. Born in Burkina Faso, spreading across Africa, if you thought the gold revolt was bold, you haven't seen anything yet. Subscribe now to Black Thrunzi for fictional African power stories that shake the system and set your mind on fire. It began without a single sound. No press leaks, no Western media coverage, not even a rumor in the capital markets. And yet, something massive was moving beneath the surface. Inside a high-security government facility in Ouagadougou, 5 young engineers sat before a glowing screen. No suits, no ties, just African minds, building something the world said was impossible. At exactly 2 a.m. they pressed enter. The first sovereign digital currency in Africa had just gone live. Its name, Kuru, named after a West African drum of resistance, the same drum that once rallied warriors against colonizers. President Ibrahim Traoré, standing at a podium to the people of Africa. The age of borrowed money is over. Of dollar dependency is over. From this day forward, we trade in our own name, on our own terms. The announcement hit the world like an earthquake. Washington froze, Paris panicked. The World Bank issued a level 4 emergency memo, and in a private IMF boardroom, diplomats whispered, if this succeeds, the whole continent could follow. They had reason to fear, because Kuru wasn't just a coin, it was a signal that Africa would no longer be collateral for someone else's economy. No more devaluation games, no more interest rate traps, no more being forced to beg for access to their own resources. Teenage Birkenau software developer, this isn't just coding. This is freedom. This is what my grandfather dreamed of. Meanwhile, across the continent, in Niger, Guinea, and Mali, ministers were quietly downloading the system. In the Sahel region, shopkeepers began accepting Kuru for grain, tools, even school fees. It was fast, secure, and 100% African-made.com. But the backlash came just as fast. Within hours, the dollar spiked. Aid from the West was suddenly under review. A Western newspaper labeled it financial suicide by Burkina Faso. But Traoré didn't blink. Let the markets panic, he said. Let the world scream. We are done begging for currencies backed by colonial blood. And for the first time in modern history, a landlocked African nation had just fired the first digital shot against the dollar empire. The U.S. responds, but Traoré was ready. Inside a classified operations room at the U.S. Treasury, alarms lit up, a currency backed by gold, outside of Western control, without a single dollar involved. Burkina Faso had just violated the one rule Washington never forgets. Do not escape the dollar. The Secretary of State picked up the red line. Shut it down. Use pressure. Sanctions. Pull funding if you have to. But it was too late, because Traoré hadn't launched this alone. Cut to Accra, Ghana, Nairobi, Kenya, Bamako, Mali, from the heart of West Africa to the southern tip of the continent. Leaders were watching closely, and many had already signed. On Kuru wasn't just Birkenau, it had quietly become the foundation of a new African financial network. Offline blockchains, secured and completely sovereign. And the most dangerous part, no World Bank clearance required. International news segment analysts say this may mark the beginning of a digital OPEC, but instead of oil, it's currency. Sources say China, Russia, and even Brazil are considering trade with Kuru as a gesture of multipolar solidarity. Meanwhile, in Brussels, a secret EU finance meeting turned tense. If they succeed, whispered one official, we lose control of trade routes, resource pricing, and monetary leverage. And worse, the franc CFA will collapse. It wasn't just a financial story anymore. This was economic warfare. But Burkina Faso, there was no fear. Small farmers, who had once been crushed by currency inflation, were now trading Kuru directly, peer-to-peer, no middleman, no foreign bank approval, no fees in marketplaces once flooded with cheap imports. Proudly labeled goods now read, made in Burkina Faso, priced in Kuru. A revolution had begun. Not with rifles, but with software, sovereignty, and spirit. Traoré's speech broadcast across Africa. You can cut off our aid. You can freeze our accounts, but you cannot freeze our dignity. This is not just currency. It is a declaration of independence. And as the IMF scrambled to draft emergency countermeasures, and as the West threatened to isolate him, Traoré smiled again. He had one more card to play, and it would shake the financial order of the world. The world had barely processed the launch of Kuru, Africa's first sovereign digital currency, when Traoré dropped his second bombshell, lift the Ouagadougou Continental Economic Forum. We will no longer back our future with promises from Paris or Washington. We will back it with the soil beneath our feet, with our gold. A map flashed on the screen behind him. Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger, Guinea, Congo, South Sudan, Zimbabwe, one by one, each country lit up in gold. These nations have agreed to transfer 40% of their physical gold reserves into a new central vault. Under African control, the room erupted. Journalists scrambled. Western diplomats walked out, but African leaders stayed seated, eyes fixed, jaws clenched. It was official. The Gold Reserve Alliance had been born. Markets panicked. Gold prices surged. The dollar dipped. Euro confidence fell sharply in Francophone African regions. One analyst put it plainly, they've just created the first African-backed alternative to the IMF, and worse, it's backed by real gold, not just paper debt. Inside a secret IMF roundtable, they're building a fortress. One advisor warned, one we may not be able to breach with sanctions or sabotage. Another whispered, if the alliance succeeds, the whole debt-based world order is in danger. Meanwhile, in the Sahel, the vault was already being constructed, built deep into a granite mountain near the border of Burkina Faso and Niger. It had no Western contractors, no international consultants, just African engineers. Guarded by revolutionary soldiers and protected by satellite-proof encryption systems. Trory continued, voice echoing across Africa for too long. We were told gold was just a symbol. They took ours. They built empires with it. Now we take it back. Not as a symbol, but as power. Across the continent, something shifted. Niger announced it would begin renegotiating all foreign mining contracts. Mali began auditing every ounce of exported gold since 1960. Congo sent a legal delegation to demand reparations from European companies, and from Ghana to Eritrea. Economists began asking one question. What if Trory is right? What if gold, not debt, should define our economy? Meanwhile, citizens weren't waiting. In markets, wedding halls, and barbershops. One phrase echoed again and again. Pay me in Kuru gold. Fact. Burkina Faso streets were now more than paved with revolution. They were trading in it, but the empire wasn't done yet, because, as the gold moved home, the West began to prepare its final blow, and what they planned next would test everything Trory had built and risk war. Sabotage and betrayal from within. They met behind closed doors, not in Washington, not in Paris, but in Zurich, the silent banking capital of the Western world, inside a marble-walled conference room. Former central bank governors, IMF strategists, and private hedge fund titans gathered under one directive. Trory must be financially erased, and his gold block must collapse before it spreads. Step 1. Currency assault. Using proxies and international trading floors. A coordinated wave of short selling began. The target, African gold reserves, mining firms, infrastructure stocks. Within 48 hours, panic headlines appeared. Burkina Gold Reserve, risky Mali's mining licenses face legal challenges. Kuru, value overstated, says former IMF advisor. The aim collapsed confidence, frighten investors, and trigger capital flight. But something unexpected happened. Kuru held strong, because unlike other currencies, it wasn't floating on debt. It was tethered to real, audited gold, now safely guarded across the Sahel. And more shocking, people trusted it. Mothers were paying school fees with it. Farmers were buying tractors in Kuru. Even diaspora investors from Brazil, Jamaica, and India had started using it for cross-border trade. The psychological wall had broken, and in response, Trory made his next move. Live from the African gold vault, stood beneath a giant engraved stone etched with the words, "The wealth beneath us is not for sale, it is for our children." And then he said, they've declared financial war, but they forgot one thing. This time, Africa didn't fight alone. We built this together, and he was right. That same day, Senegal joined the Gold Alliance. Namibia declared full repatriation of its diamond royalties. South Africa's Reserve Bank initiated secret talks with the bloc. Even Haiti and Trinidad, thousands of miles away, opened communication channels with Kuru's developers. The revolt was no longer African. It was global and black. Step 2. Legal sabotage. The World Bank filed a $6.2 billion arbitration case against Burkina Faso, citing unlawful gold market manipulation. But Trory had anticipated it. He had quietly built a team of Pan-African legal scholars, trained at Harvard, Oxford, and Cairo University, all working underground since 2023. The response came swift and loud. We will not attend your courts. Of colonizers, if you want to talk debt, talk about the 400 years you owe us. First, cut to global news. CNN called it a reckless challenge to global financial norms. Al Jazeera said, Africa may finally be rewriting the rules. But on TikTok, the youth had one name trending worldwide, Trory the Banker Slayer. Step 3. Assassination rumors. As the IMF lost grip, they reached for older tools. Rumors of an assassination plot spread. Anonymous intelligence leaks, unmarked drones. Flying near Ouagadougou, a strange cyber attack on the gold reserve surveillance systems. But what the world didn't know, Trory had already replaced every security protocol. From satellites to internal mics, the entire command was run by youth technocrats, loyal to the revolution and paid only in Kuru. And then came the moment that sealed history. A leaked email surfaced, from a retired strategist to a European intelligence officer. If we can't destroy the gold block from outside, we'll have to do it from within. It was proof of financial warfare. And it was broadcast in every African capital, on every screen, Troy standing before the African People's Assembly. They want us to beg for their chains again. But Africa has relearned the taste of freedom, and we will never kneel to theft in a suit again. Kuru surged 37% in 6 hours. The dollar fell in West African trade zones for the first time in 50 years, and across the world, black communities saw a glimmer of something they hadn't felt in decades. Economic liberation. Not in theory, but in action. It was subtle at first. Just a few tech analysts in Silicon Valley noticing a pattern. Wait, why are all these African tech startups switching off USD payments? Then came the emails. Pan-African coding academies, logistics firms, social media apps in Ghana, Nigeria, and Ethiopia, all quietly integrating KuruPay, the digital platform powered by Africa's gold-backed coin. And suddenly, one email leaked. Stripe has lost 27% of African transaction volume in 10 days. The alarm bells rang. Inside, the Federal Reserve's Digital Task Force emergency meeting started. Their report was blunt. Kuru is not just symbolic, it's functional, and it's teaching Africa how to live without us. It wasn't just about money, it was controlled. For over a century, the West had controlled African economies through SWIFT, Visa, MasterCard, and the World Bank's rating systems. Now, a new system was rising, one designed in Africa, hosted in Africa, and answerable to no one but Africans. Then came the Ouagadougou Summitate moment that felt like the reverse Bretton Woods, broadcast across the continent. Troy stood before Centreville, heads of state, and thousands of youth delegates. A massive circular screen behind him displayed one word, exchange. Then he spoke. They built a world where Africa's labor was priced in their language. We're building a world where Africa sets its own value in gold, in soil, in dignity. Introducing the African Global Exchange, AGX, a real-time trade system pegged to natural resources, digital labor, and local production. No dollars, no euro, no IMF permissions, just peer-to-peer trade between nations, Ghana to Kenya, Mali to Haiti, Sudan to Suriname, and to everyone's shock, Brazil, Venezuela, and even Iran requested observer status. Washington was furious sanctions discussions, resumed threats to freeze foreign reserves, offers to buy off ministers, pressure on ECOWAS to review its trade partnerships. But it was too late. Even moderate African leaders, the quiet ones, began to pivot, because for the first time ever, economic independence wasn't a dream. It was a click, a coin, a contract, a code. Meanwhile, Silicon Valley panic investors asked why African downloads were rising on Kuru Wallet, but dropping on PayPal and Cash App. YouTube interview went viral with a Kenyan tech entrepreneur saying, "Why would we use your tools when we finally built ours?" Then came the moment that broke everything. Chori unveiled the KSIM, Africa's first sovereign SIM card, encrypted messages, Kuru payments, regional EI identity. No Google, no Apple, no data stolen. Western tech giants watched in horror, because this wasn't just a coin, this was a continent quietly building its own internet. Final words from Trory that day. They mined our data, then told us we were poor. They mined our minerals, then told us we were backward. Now, we mine our courage, and we are rich beyond measure. That night, Kuru's value doubled again, and for the first time in history, the African digital coin appeared on Bloomberg's front page. Not as a risk, but as a revolution. He day the West tried to copy Kuru in a locked room beneath Wall Street. 10 men and 2 women sat in panic. They were not politicians. They were the ones who owned politicians. BlackRock, JP Morgan, IMF Tech, Liaisons, MasterCard, Cyber Intelligence. The words were spoken plainly. If Kuru succeeds, the dollar won't matter. Not in Africa, not in Latin America, not in Southeast Asia. We need a counter, and so began Project Phantom Coin. The plan, copy Kuro gold-backed Western digital currency. AI-generated African branding, a fake Pan-African committee of moderate leaders, secret funding from the same banks that once colonized African finance. It would be sold as inclusive, secure, and Africa-led, but underneath it was pure control. Their hope that young Africans, the tech-savvy generation, would get distracted, but Trory was already 10 steps ahead. Weeks before, in a closed strategy room in Ouagadougou, shown a slide. They will try to mirror us, that they will try to market us. They will try to own what we invent. Then he smiled and pointed to the last slide. Let them chase shadows. We walk in the sun. And then the power. Revelation Kuru wasn't just a coin. It was now powered by a solar battery blockchain network. Built across 9 Sahel nations. Silent. Decentralized. Impossible to shut down. Each transaction ran on sunlight. Each node on independence. No servers in London. No dependence on AWS. Every byte. African, but then came a surprise voice from the Vatican. A cardinal released a cryptic warning on global media. A digital Africa may awaken something the world isn't ready for. If a people remember who they are, not just spiritually, but economically, it may reshape global prophecy. Nobody knew what that meant, but conspiracy forums exploded. Meanwhile, Project Phantom Coin quietly filled wide, because no African youth downloaded it. No Pan-African marketplace adopted it, and the only people promoting it were foreign embassies, memes, spread, don't take their coin, you'll end up paying for your own chains. Kuru kept rising. South Africa finally joined the network. Kenya adopted Kuru for government salaries. African universities began offering degrees in sovereign digital economy. Trory went silent for 12 days. Then, on the 13th day, he appeared on live global broadcast, dressed in a simple black shirt, standing beside a rural villager and a 13-year-old coder from Nigeria. He said, "They thought Kuru was just gold, but our true currency is imagination." The broadcast ended with a thunderous chant from every city square, "Not your dollar, not your chains. Our future, our name." And in Washington, Tokyo, and London, the reports grew darker. Africa is no longer asking. They are building. They are accelerating, and we are. Too late, Trory's final move. The future begins. At the IMF panic grew. ApeCoin wasn't just a currency, it was a rebellion, a new code of freedom. And worse for them, asterisk, it was working. 9 African nations had already adopted it. More were rushing to join the Pan-African Digital Reserve. Food stabilized, fuel flowed without the dollar. Africa was trading with itself, free from Western intermediaries. Sabotage followed cyber attacks, grid blackouts, a near-fatal strike on AFCoin's lead engineer. But the people stood guard. Birkin of youth became the firewall. Farmers learned, code, elders taught value. The revolution became viral. At the Loan Summit, Trory addressed 43 African leaders beneath the golden AF coin emblem. No more debt traps. No more engineered poverty. We are writing Africa's new operating system with courage. Even skeptics signed the Loan Protocol, pledging to sink digital economies within 2 years. Meanwhile, headlines in the West screamed, Africa's economic rebellion. But it was too late. AF coin had become a movement. It lived in people's hearts in a generation raised on sovereignty, not submission. And under the stars in Ouagadougou, Trory gave his final address. They said Africa could never unite. Look now, we don't need a seat at their table. We're building our own continent. AF coin is not the end. It's the beginning of dignity, of truth, of Africa unchained. The screen went black, but history had already been rewritten.
All right, that's it, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to make a final comment. That's going to be because I'm tired. Next Saturday at 8, I'm not going to have as many. You're going to be. I'm not going to go over 3 hours. I'm going to have to calculate this shit. But I'm glad that I was able to do all of them. And I really appreciate those who are here, wherever you are. You very much appreciate it. And make sure you subscribe, hit the like button, and the notification button. And we'll hold on. And we will be what our ancestors promised in Joel 3. We're going to rule forever and ever and ever. Amen. Why is that? Because these animals that we call white folk are just that animal. The only thing they run is shit into the ground. They wouldn't know how to pour piss out of a boot, even if the directions said turn up. They're just that dumb, just that arrogant, just that prideful. Always have been like that. Always. Make no mistakes. The only true people we got is ourselves. The only true friends we got is ourselves. Everybody's a fucking enemy. I don't give a fuck if they try to prove that they're not. You take them as an enemy. Make no mistake that the world is fading back to black. It is what it is. We are the New World Order. And if you've been watching this, and I apologize again because I cut myself off from the video, but if you've been watching it from the beginning, in one of the videos, well, there's a couple of them, but in one of the videos, the main one is saying that Africa is the new UN. So very soon, we're gonna get our reparations, and because we're gonna fucking take it. What is Shadow Unit Zulu? If you think Most out is bad. They like fucking kindergarten playing cops and robbers. If you think the NSA and CIA is good, ain't nobody doing it better than us. Shadow Unit Zulu is the killing arm of Africa, New Africa, Mama Africa. If you do anything wrong, if you come on to the continent and thinking you're gonna get away with it, they done already caught like 6 CIA agents. And I had to cover that in one of my videos before. So white folks are not as you think they are. They are playing the Wizard of Oz game. Just pull back the curtain and you will see a little bitch of a boy there. Just bitch slap the shit out of him. That's it. So no more of that. No more of anything that we need to be concerned about, because now the power is in our hands. It has always been in our hands. All you need to do is just click your heels like in the Wizard of Oz, and everything you want will be yours for the asking. And all we got to do is just turn around and pay attention to our ancestors. That's it. Fuck everything and everybody else. They've been waiting for this day. Gaddafi predicted it. But you cannot stop an idea, a people, a nation, a world whose time has come. You just can't. So with that being said, I will see you guys next week, next Saturday, as a matter of fact. And from what I'm hearing, on the 1st, 2nd, or 3rd of August, we're supposed to be getting some money. Now, don't take that from me. I don't know. I'm not running the thing, but I'm just going by what I'm hearing. So we're going to see what that may be, and then if it is, and if it does happen, I want to report it on Saturday night. So if it don't happen on Friday, Saturday, or Sunday, which is the 3rd, the Sunday, the 3rd, come 4th and 5th, come the 5th of August, I will report what's going on, if anything that has changed or has been delayed or whatever the case may be. But come tomorrow, Trump is going to be signing an XRP deal into law. And that's going to be the game changer. It's over. If you have not gotten out of the cash position with that worthless dollar, if you have not gotten your money out of the bank, they're going to take it. It's going to be one. And you're not going to be able to change it. So, but as always, for the next 24/7, 365, baby, stay black. Peace out. Stay black again.